time has now begun. Open your eyes and see the change in you and me. Now as one, living under the sun, hear the children sing, the hope their voices bring. One ASEAN, one vision, one people we can. Ignited, united, a brotherhood of man. One voice, one rhythm, in harmony we sing. Across generation, one family we stand.
A strength unbound, destined to shake the ground. Bonds entwined, blessed be the tie that binds. A point of a light, so in peace for what is right. Like the brightest star, let the world see who we are. One ASEAN, one vision, one people we can. Ignited, united, a brotherhood of man. One voice, one rhythm, in harmony we sing. Across generations, one family we stand.
morning, salam sejahtera, Xin chào, Mingalaba, Mabuhay, Chomripsu, Sawadiha, Sebaidi, Ohio. My name is Emilia and I am your announcer for today. Welcome all to SSEAYP International Conference, SEACO 2.0, live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I am glad to see so many participants joining us for today. I would like to welcome our beloved participants from Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and not to forget our local participants here in Malaysia. Thank you so much for giving up your weekend just to be here with us today. I know some of you cancel your plan with your spouse or maybe your Netflix and chill with yourself for tomorrow maybe. But whatever it is, we appreciate your time being here with us today. This will be an interesting session as we have many prominent speakers, facilitators, moderators, and whom I believe shall enrich our knowledge regarding the theme of our conference. I just want to share with you a little background on our conference. The SSEAYP International Conference SEACO is actually an annual conference by SSEAYP International Malaysia, supported by the International Youth Centre, Ministry of Youth and Sports Malaysia, and International Youth Exchange Organisation IYEO Japan. With the success of the first conference in year 2019, we continue this program with a more up-to-date theme this year. Our SEACO vision is youth empowerment, and the mission is to address and confront the social determinants of humankind. This year, our aim is to rebuild the future we want. Our conference for today is unique because due to the pandemic, we could not gather physically, and as we all know, the ship could not sail like last year, but let us hope we can see it sails once the pandemic is over. But know this, though we are physically separated, by our bond is stronger than ever. So my SSEAYP family, my task now is almost done. Before I pass the mic to my partner Aziz, I just want to ask you to please take as much as you can from this conference and share it with your family and friends, and hope our bond will stay stronger than ever. Without further ado, on behalf of SSEAYP International Malaysia, I would like to welcome you all to our virtual conference hall live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
The Federal Territory
everyone, good morning, salam sejahtera, Xin chào, Mingalaba, Mabuhay, Chomripsu, Sawadiha, Sebaidi, Ohio. My name is Mia and I am your announcer for today. Welcome all to our SSEAYP International Conference SEACO 2.0 live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Okay, so I'm just want to say that I'm glad that we can see so many participants joining us for today. I would like to welcome our beloved participants from Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and not to forget our local participant here in Malaysia. Thank you so much for giving up your weekend just to be here with us today. I know some of you may cancel your plan just to be with your spouse, or maybe your Netflix and chill with yourself. Save it for tomorrow maybe. But whatever it is, we appreciate your time being here with us today. So today's session will be a very interesting one because we have so many prominent speakers, facilitators, and moderators with us today. And I believe they shall enrich our knowledge regarding the theme of today's conference. I just want to share with you just a little background on our conference, our international conference. This is all started in 2019, and with the success of the first conference, we continue this program with a more up-to-date theme this year. This is actually an annual conference supported by the International Youth Centre here in Malaysia, and also the Ministry of Youth and Sports and International Youth Exchange Organization IYEO Japan. So our SEAYP vision is youth empowerment, and the mission is to address and confront the social determinants of humankind. So this year our final aim is to rebuild the future we want. And also our conference for today, as you all know, is a very unique one because of the pandemic. We cannot gather physically, but let's not worry about that because you know that although we are physically separated, but our bond remains stronger than ever. So for your information, we're going to start our session at 8:50, and we have compiled you just a few video, so maybe you guys can enjoy and watch the video and just stay relaxed for a while, because you know that we're going to have our conference until the evening, right? So just enjoy and feel free to do whatever you want. Have breakfast, eat and drinks, and prepare. So but don't forget to come back at 8:50. Okay? So enjoy our video.
Stay home.
Stay home. Stay home.
នៅផ្ទះ
Stay home.
อยู่บ้านเด้ออยู่โรงพยาบาล
Stay home อยู่บ้าน
Stay home
Stay home
Stay safe ASEAN
I have a dream of what I wanna be. I wanna be free. That's what my heart keeps telling me.
Give me your hand, we'll find a way. There are people out there that feel the same, and if we help each other, I just know we can succeed.
We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl.
Come together and share our dream. We'd be among the stars, and we know that it's destiny. We are unity. We are unity.
I do believe, oh I believe in destiny. It's up to me to make it into reality.
Give me a hand, we'll find a way. There are people out there that feel the same. If we help each other, I just know we can succeed. We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl. Come together and share our dreams. We'll be among the stars, and we know that it's destiny, that we are unity.
Okay, so before we're going to start with our conference for today, let me walk you guys through our itinerary for today. So you know that we're going to start at 8:50. I hope that everyone will enter the Zoom ASAP because at 5 a.m. sharp, we're going to start with our expert talk by Dr. Amina Joseta Kayani, the Director Strategy and Engagement of Yayasan Peneraju Pendidikan Bumi Putra. And then we're going to continue with our talk on mental health education. As you know, this is a very hot issue now because of the pandemic. Everyone could not go anywhere and stay at home, and you know, well, if like so many people in one house, then there will be a lot of problems. And this talk is by Dr. Nazul Azizi, the President of Scopus Malaysia. And at 9:55 we have the transformative education by Dr. Sangeeta Kau, the founder of Yayasan Health on World, YHOW. And then we also going to have talk on food security, because you know that food security is a very prominent issue due to the pandemic. As you know that because we cannot cross the border and everything, so this is a very important issue that we have to discuss today. So the food security talk is by Dr. Iko Haripunomo from Bogor Agriculture University, Indonesia. And I know that you guys are waiting for the opening ceremony, because for our opening ceremony we have our culture dance performance by Citra Jentayu Group. And then we will have our President of SSEAYP International Malaysia giving his welcoming address, and special message for our Honorary Khairi Jamaluddin, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation Malaysia. This is a very important guest because of the national immunization plan that is going on. So this is one of the reasons why we invite him to deliver the special message. And also we're going to have the keynote address and opening speech by Dato Dr. Hajawasita binti Haji Muhammad Yusof, the Director General of the National Department of Youth and Sports under the Ministry of Youth and Sports Malaysia. Thank you so much I would like to express our gratitude for the National Department of Youth and Sports, because without that we cannot organize the whole event itself. And also after that we're going to have another expert talk by Dr. Muhammad Zahid, Vice President of the ASEAN Youth Council from Maldives. He will talk about the after effect, youth climate, peace and security. And then we're going to close our opening ceremony with another performance from Citra Jentayu Group. And then at 2 p.m. sharp, we're going to start our group discussion. And at 3:15 we're going to have our group discussion presentation. For your information, like during the group discussion we're going to have our facilitators and moderators which are for all XPY, so you never know that maybe you're going to meet your old friends and whatnot. And for at 3:50 we actually going to have an intervention speech. I just want to say that during the group discussion presentation we will also have Mr. Julfitri bin Johar, the President of Malaysian Youth Council, along with our own President of SSEAYP International Malaysia, just to I'm not going to say like a judge, but they are going to be the one that evaluate all the group discussion presentation. And then we're going to have the intervention speech by Mr. Julfitri bin Johar. And we're going to close our ceremony at 4:10. Let's just hope that we're going to end it at 4:10, because I'm sure like if PYs are going to talk, they will drag everything, and everyone have their own opinion, right? So we're going to have representative from the participants from each country to share their what their experience and whatnot, and then the closing remarks by our own president of SSEAYP International Malaysia, and then we're going to have a special closing speech by Honorary Dr. Muhammad Maliki bin Muhammad Rafi'i, the Director of International Youth Centre Kuala Lumpur itself. So that is basically the whole program. And okay, so I will entertain you guys with the video that compiled by our, I think like all these video are done by our XPY and also our behind the scene team. So just enjoy and just wait just a little moment, and we're going to start our session just right after the video. Okay.
Riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover the day? Can you tell me how long you have gone? With the purpose of bringing together your hearts and minds. Sailing the blue ocean, chasing the winds over the deep blue sea. Can you take me with you to the bows of the world with the message of love and peace? Can you take me to nations where caring is only a word to say? If you carry us over and out to the world, there's a chance we can speak to them more. There's a chance we can tell them the world's but a home and the people are family. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover a day? Can you tell me how long you have gone? With the purpose of bringing together your hearts and minds. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue ocean, chasing the winds over the deep blue sea. Can you take me with you to the ports of the world with the message of love and peace? Can you take me to nations where caring is only a word to say? If you carry us over and down to the world, there's a chance we can speak to them more. There's a chance we can tell them the world's but a home and the people are family. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover a day? Can you tell me how long
everyone, welcome back. Okay, so for all the participants, I hope that you guys can come in ASAP because we're going to start our conference 8:50 sharp. So please come on XPY. You know that we cannot be late, or else you cannot enter the dining hall or even the main hall, right? Okay, so for today event, I just want to show our gratitude and also express our happiness because actually, for your information, all the green screen that you see here, we have a very special sponsor from Esport Darul Khusus and also Go Click Picture. So thank you so much for this two sponsor for allowing us to have this very special conference for today. And I also want to express our gratitude to our supporting partner, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and also the National Department of Youth and Sports, because without them we cannot this event will not happen. And also I know that for your information, I just want to share that this conference is also going live in our SI Malaysia Facebook and also the National Department of Youth and Sports Facebook. So please, if like your friends cannot enter or too late to become the participants, you guys can watch the conference live from there. And I think like maybe there's like we know that XPY, we know about the SSEAYP program, right? But maybe like your friends, there are some that do not know what is actually SSEAYP stand for. So for your information, SSEAYP is actually the SHIP for Southeast Asian and Japanese Youth Program. So like every year, this program is actually held annually, but because of the pandemic this year, we cannot sail. But let's just hope that we're going to sail again this year once the vaccination plan is in place, or maybe like if not this year, maybe next year. Let's just hope. Don't give up, guys. And for your information, this is organized by the Cabinet Office of Japan and the Government of Southeast Asian countries for the purpose of promoting friendship and mutual understanding among the youths of 11 Southeast Asian countries, but currently it's 10 Southeast Asian countries, to broaden their perspective on the world and furthermore to strengthen their spirit of international cooperation and practical skill for international collaboration. I know like maybe the PYs already know about this, but you know, because we are live in Facebook, so maybe like some of the viewers, they don't know what is it about. And again, I would like to share to you all about the the background of our conference, SSEAYP International Conference. This is an annual event by the SSEAYP International Malaysia, but we actually have our first event in 2019, but because of the pandemic, we could not held it last year. We cannot organize the event last year, but not worry too much because like you guys can see now, we are doing it live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So to all participants, I just want to remind, like, please, if you have friends that is also the participants for this event, to come and enter the Zoom hall ASAP, because we're going to start our conference at 8:50. So while we at it, please enjoy our video prepared by us. Okay, and just stay relaxed and enjoy before the show start. Okay, so yeah, see you again.
The wind blows to your ear.
Okay, hi everyone. It's me again, Mia. I know that I hope that you are not bored with me. Okay, so while we're waiting for all the other participants to enter the Zoom, I just want to say that we almost have like 80 participants now. And for your information, our participant for today total 200 and okay, so I just want to share with you that you know that we have all our expert talks. It's actually based from the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, the SDGs. It's actually by the United Nations. They aim to provide the blueprint for peace and prosperity for the people and planet. And so for your information, the SDGs, there are 70 SDG goals, and which are an urgent call for the action of all countries, developed or developing. So this is why one of the reason that we organize this is the SSEAYP event. I just want to share to you like so that is the background for this SSEAYP International Conference. And you know what, that for all of those who are here with us today, I just want to tell you guys that we have a very special performance, a cultural performance. I know that XP-wise, they're going to miss the cultural performance on board, right? Because you know that we have to practice like every day and every night just to make sure that everything is perfect. But in the end of the day, it's all for fun. And you know that this kind of reminds me of my own experience on board. You know that we have to practice all this cultural performance, and I have to dance, but not all of us have background in dancing and whatnot. But because of we want to show our culture to other countries and also our friends, so we have to do it, whether we like it or not. But it's all fun and everything. And also I want to inform you that you know that this SSEAYP is somehow is similar with what we have on board, right? Our discussion group. I hope you guys still remember our discussion group and the outcome of this discussion group, because you know that actually we are doing it on board for a purpose. It's not like we're going to have a discussion on board and then we're just going to end it there and then do nothing about it. So this is one of the outcome from the SSEAYP program initiative done by all the XPY, so we can have a very healthy discussion among ourselves, continue just to make the world a better place to live in. Okay, so alright, I hope you are not bored with me. So we just have another one last video. So now it's 8:40. We're going to start at 8:50, and after the video I'm going to be here, and then there will be a culture dance. So please enjoy our video, just one last video, and then I will be here with you. Okay, enjoy.
The Federal Territory of Kuala Lumpur, or commonly known as KL, is the national capital and the largest city in Malaysia. Fukuoka, capital of Fukuoka Prefecture, sits on the northern shore of Japan's Kyushu Island. Here, a story of the unsung heroes from the two cities that built the International Youth Center.
IYC or International Youth Center is a foundation under the Minister Youth and Sports Malaysia. It was founded for the last 30 years and a limited company with a government guarantee, meaning that we are a non-governmental organization. We are not for profit, but we are the partner agency. We have two types of board of director, one side from Malaysia and one side from Japanese, because for the last 30 years, actually IYC got sponsorship from Fukuoka, from Mr. Kampu Harada, provide us 1 billion yen at that time to develop the center. Ministry have 4 pillars. One of it is about youth itself, second is about sports, third one is about skills, and the last pillar is about internationalization.
everyone, welcome back. So for your information, we have just like another 1 minute to go before our conference start. So yeah, I know that we already have half of the participants in the Zoom hall, but please come on, PY, we can do better than this. Please, I hope that all the participants are going to join in the Zoom hall before our guests arrive, and after this we're going to have a very lively cultural performance by our and you're going to be surprised about our performers actually, because they are so small and I can't believe that they can dance that well. So yeah, for those who just coming in, I just want to share with you just a little bit of the background of the international of the SSEAYP International Conference SEAYCO 2.0. So we actually started this SEAYCO in 2019, but because of the pandemic, we cannot organize it last year. But not to worry, because this year, as you all can see, and yeah, I think that you guys are going to be mesmerized by our setting. And again, we would like to thank our sponsor. We would like to thank our sponsor, Esport Darul Khusus, and also Go Click Pictures for supporting us. And yeah, my task is now almost done. Before I pass the mic to my partner, Bo Aziz, please take as much as you can from this conference and share it with your family and friends, and hope our bond will stay strong forever. Without further ado, on behalf of SSEAYP International Malaysia, I would like to welcome you all to our virtual conference hall live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
This is an announcement from administrator. To all PY, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the conference. Thank you, Mia. I will take over from here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all of you. Again, before that, how are you, PY? Sorry, how are you, PY? Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you speak louder? How are you, PY? All right. Okay. Great. Wow. Okay. I can hear you. All right. So great. Thanks. Selamat pagi. All right. So again, I would like to welcome all of you, all the participants and speakers to the second SSEAYP International Conference 2021, also known as SEAYCO 2.0. Okay, SEAYCO 2.0 is specially brought to you by SSEAYP International Malaysia, KBSA, and supported by Ministry of Youth and Sport Malaysia, KBS. We have like 3 parties here that gave us a very high support. Okay, first from Ministry of Youth and Sport Malaysia, KBS, then International Youth Centre Kuala Lumpur IYC, and the International Youth Exchange Organization of Japan IYEO. Terima kasih, thank you, arigato. My name is Azizuddin Husairi, MA02, and I will be UMC for today's conference. Okay, I know some of you still in your cabin and feel sleepy maybe. Alright, so let us warm up our morning a bit with a special dance performance by our potential future PY, okay? Because I can see them from here, but not yet you, okay? Be patient. So, without further ado, please welcome Citra Jentayu.
Ramai-ramai biar ke timur condongnya. Nak berkabar tingginya budi kita yang kuat, nak berkisah gaya tutur bicara. Kalau tinggi untung jadi bintang, oh kalau rendah masih jadi indah. Ada O, ada E bunyinya tidaklah serupa, erti tidak berbeza. Betul sungguh, betul apa dikatakan. Selembut tarian hoi na muda berlota, tutur bahasanya. Mari layu, mari kita mengikyo, ayo dengan kuat cakap tidak semuanya. Dihitung beratus-ratus bilangan, digali beratus-ratus terpendam. Di lubuk yang mana tak terjangkau ingatan, makin dibongkar makin banyak yang terpendam. Sini ibunya, terus
sikit.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you to all beautiful dancers from Citra Jentayu for very energetic performance just now. All right. So I hope with performance we will wake you up until the end of our day today. And for your informations, the dance that you just see called Kurik Kundi. It portrays the uniqueness of multicultural in Malaysia and being performed by primary school students aged from 9 to 12 years old. Kids, you are talented. Okay, don't forget to apply for SSEAYP when you can do that. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to walk all of you throughout the events today. Today's conference is divided into 4 parts. The first session will be on series of expert talk by our special speakers that are expert in their own field. Then we will proceed with the opening ceremony at 10:45 a.m. before we have our lunch break at 12:30 p.m. Fortunately, PY, today you guys going to enjoy your own home cooked lunch pack, okay, at your own place. And unfortunately not at the dining hall somewhere on the ocean. All right. Okay, next, we will come back at 2 p.m. for our third session, the breakup group discussion. We will gather back at 3:15 p.m. for the group discussion presentation sessions, and followed by our closing ceremony at 4:10 p.m. And last but not least, our conference today is expected to end at 5 p.m. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker for today, Dr. Amina Joseta Kayaki, to deliver her talk on economic empowerment. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Amina.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salam pembuka. Bak bati. Sawadika. Konnichiwa. Xin chào. Sabaidi. Hello. Suisti. And hello everybody from across all the countries participating in the IYC conference today. Honorable members of SSEAYP, Ship of Southeast Asian Youth Program International across all the nations. Yang berbahagia, Dato Dr. Hajah Wasita, Ketua Pengarah Department of Youth and Sports, Ministry of Youth and Sports Malaysia, International Youth Centre Kuala Lumpur, International Youth Exchange, IKEO Japan, and all of you wonderful listeners sitting in front of your screens or your telephones across the whole nation and region. Welcome, welcome. Now, the talk today is about economic empowerment. Now, it sounds like a big word, doesn't it? Now, first and foremost, let me welcome you and walk you through what I'll go through in the next, approximately half an hour, okay? First, we look at what is economic empowerment, and then we'll be briefly looking at types of empowerment, and then we'll be looking at importance and benefit. Why is economic empowerment so important and given so much attention, especially in the current times? And then we'll go on to look at how it aligns back to the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sure all of you would know at least a little bit about it, right? Then next, we'll be looking at certain policies for economic development. And then we'll be looking at all the groups and segments of society in all your countries across what are the common denominators of people who need help with economic empowerment. And one will be zooming into one of the most important economic empowerment which we can never go wrong across the whole world, women empowerment. And finally, we'll touch upon an initiative, an example that everyone, you and I, can actually do this little initiative to contribute to economic empowerment across the whole world. Okay, can I have the slides change right now? Yep, we've covered that. Can we go to the next slide? Now, the types of empowerment. Okay. You can see that we have various types of empowerment, and they are all, like it or not, intertwined with one another. We've got cultural empowerment, which is basically things to do with food, clothing, religion, and then we've got political empowerment, basically the ones which have to do with our governments. And then we've got the national empowerment, things to do with decision making, and societal empowerment, which are things to do with, the community, education, quality of life, and finally, the one we're zooming in today is economic empowerment, which is things to do with jobs, money, and the ability for people to really survive in the current difficult times and to thrive. Okay, next. Now, it is so important that each and every one of us understand where we're coming from and what are the benefits of economic empowerment. Actually, I can't really see. So, is there a way to actually zoom in to the slides? My eyesight is wonderful. Oh, thank you very much for that. Now, who needs economic empowerment in these current times? You really look at people who are displaced by technology. You've got the small business owners, fresh graduates, people who just came out of university and looking for jobs. Can you imagine how difficult it is for them right now with the disrupted industries because of the pandemic? And then you've got the underemployed talent, people who are, forced to take underemployment. And then you've got communities in the need of digital empowerment, because we all realize how this pandemic has actually transformed the whole landscape of working, of studying, of doing, of living. So everything, almost everything has to rely on digital and tech. And imagine those people who do not have access for them. These are people who need help, and they are the ones who need economic empowerment. And then you go to the skilled and unskilled workers. Basically, the groups of employees who need help, alternative route towards achieving experience and equality. Yeah? Can I have the next slide, please? Now, all of you know, in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, right? We've got 17. And one very important thing to realize is how these 17 goals were actually designed to help the economies of the country come together towards one underpinning principle. And what is that? If you know, can you put it in the chat box? What is the underpinning principle behind the Sustainable Development Goals? The answer is nobody gets left behind. Yeah? So if you can see, all the 17 goals, they all co-vary. Okay? There are goals and there are lots of efforts actually taken by governments and communities across the whole world to achieve these goals. Now, just to share with you, for those of you who are in slightly higher positions or you are at policy level, there are 5 key takeaways which I took away from an SDG conference I attended not so long ago, which is really, really good in explaining to us what are the things that we could do as nations to come together and make sure that we achieve the goals. Okay, you know what they are? The first one is we have to have personal conviction. From all the SDG goals, we not just know the goals. You can just say the goals by heart, number 1 to 17. But just knowing doesn't help. We need to institute behavior change, and that's so important. 2, what is it that we have to do? Collective action for stakeholders in civil society. 3, we have to have a long-term view instead of short-term view. It's so important to actually have one eye on the present and one eye in the future. And that's long-term view and short-term view for you. The fourth point, key takeaway on how to make sure SDG goals can achieve is incentives and disincentives to move in the right direction. And finally, we've got institutionalized change for today. Change has to be the big ticket items in the budget so that we can actually see the change happening. All right, can we have the next slide, please? All right, now, basically, what this slide tells you is just basically ironing out and highlighting to you what are certain policies that can be taken to push for economic development, and that will have repercussions, direct ripple effect on economic empowerment. I'll skip that in the interest of time. Now, let's go into the certain groups who really need help. All right, which are the groups who need help with economic empowerment? The first group, can we see in the next slide? Who are they in your countries? Open your eyes and take a look around to really see who in the communities that you're living with who really need help to survive economically, to get jobs, to be paid, to thrive, okay? Whether they're in the public sector, whether they're in the private sector, they have businesses, or whether they're students. Yes, can we have the next slide? Thank you. So first, you have the people coming from industries where there's a sunset. You know what sunset, right? Basically, the sun's going down in these industries. Industries which are really moved and changed because of technology, all right? Industries, for example, even companies which are really revamped. All of us know how the rise of companies to the likes of Airbnb, and you've got Grab, you've got Spotify, and we've got the digital tech really taking the world by storm. And now moving forward, we've got all the companies which are leveraging on artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, fintech, and what have you. What is happening to the people who are working in the industries which are prior to that? They will definitely be affected in terms of jobs and their livelihoods, right? How are they able to bring the food back home and to put them on the table? Think about it. Next slide, please. Then we have to look at the silver hat employees. You know, these are people often misunderstood in countries. A lot of countries, we are working so hard to go with digital transformation and technology that these employees are the ones who have all the experience and wisdom. How do we make sure that we do not lose out on that? Because that is value for development, and they need to be economically empowered. They need to be included. So inclusivity is so important as well. These are not the group of people who also need economic empowerment. All right, next. Now, we often see some companies really and countries really pushing hard for inclusivity and that nobody gets left behind. And now, even more than before, we need to really push our attention to the specially abled. the especially able segment of our society needs to be given economic empowerment, especially because they will also really need help in this current difficult times. Next slide. We've got the underprivileged. Now, some of us don't realize the kind of blessings that we live in. You know, with the pandemic and countries going under lockdown and business activities going down, way low, and our lives still has to continue, right? Lives goes on. How do we do it? We are very lucky and blessed. All of you right now sitting here listening to me are blessed. You know why? Because you have connectivity. You have internet. You have a device to actually participate in this conference here today. Imagine those people out there who do not even have the money to purchase a phone, or what more, subscribe to a telco for internet connectivity. These are people who are underprivileged, and they need more than ever economic empowerment to help them keep up, because as I told you, social empowerment and all the other empowerment aspects are all interrelated. You give one, you will have effect on the other. Can I have the next slide? And then you've got students with financial support. I am very aware that the group of people and audience out there are most of you out there are youth, right? And some of you have been, trying to make ends meet, especially in these difficult times, especially if you do not have any sponsorship or financial assistance. So recognize that these group of people also need economic empowerment. Next. Now we've got women. Actually the words there was, I don't know, it just swiveled for some reason. So with women, you've got the mindset, and this is the longest standing debate across the whole globe. You can never go wrong. 50% of the population almost, well, yes, plus minus, right, are women. Now we all know how the society pressures women in general with a lot of additional responsibilities, which is what you can see in that analogy there. You can see that lady having a hand holding an iron and then trying to do cleaning and doing her work on the laptop and managing the baby and all that. That's basically trying to illustrate to you how difficult it is to be a woman and carry out all these multiple tasks in society and still contribute to the economy of the country, right? Can you hear me? Are you here with me? So the second point is always the society expecting women to first do the sacrifice. Let's just say in a difficult times, lockdown, schools closed down, nurseries, kindergartens, there's nowhere to send children. What happens to families with little kids at home? Who do you think will step up to be the main carer, to watch over their homework, to be studied online? How do you think people are managing? Most of the time, not being biased, but speaking the truth, okay? Where I'm coming from, most of the time, it's ladies. And so, the saying goes, we indeed are super women, super people, because of our ability to carry out all this. Now, having said that, think about it again. All these roles, do we really capture it in in terms of value of contribution to the GDP of countries, And how do these people need economic empowerment? If we really empower women, the benefits to countries and the economies are tremendous. Now, I have actually a video which I wanted to share with you, but let's see how we're going to work it out.
– 170 years from now, women will earn as much as men.
170 years from now, 50% of bosses will be women.
I can't wait that long. Change won't be easy, but we never asked for it to be easy.
Just bear with us, the video is going to come. But it's available publicly anyway. You've got the link there, and I'm sure the Secretariat will share the link in the chat box, and you can watch it again. But look at it, bear with me. You've got this video which they put forward and shared across the YouTube platform, sharing across all the real challenges that women in society across the world are facing. And you know, it was unfortunately, there were groups of haters who really said really evil things to women, and they removed it from the YouTube. And what happened after that is that the women came forward. Some supporters, strong supporters, inspired them to put it back.
Private equity executives are male. Only 5% of Fortune 500 CEOs are female.
Female financial advisors make 42% less than men doing the exact same job.
Only 17% of Silicon Valley tech workers are female. Women worldwide are 25% less likely to have internet access.
Replacing a woman's name on a resume with a man's name will increase her chances of getting hired.
While these facts and figures are discouraging, it will not discourage us.
I will not wait that long.
Yo no voy a esperar.
我不愿意等.
We will continue to lean in together. We make up 60% of the workforce.
Teams with women outperform teams without. Companies with women on their boards outperform all male boards by 26%.
We control 80% of the consumer buying power.
And the future is bright. 70% of college valedictorians are women.
The youngest recipient ever of the Nobel Peace Prize is a girl.
We cannot wait. We cannot wait.
No podemos esperar.
We will not wait.
We will not wait.
And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we cannot wait. The reality is so clear in front of our eyes. And it's not something that just us women should do. Everybody in the world has to step up, because the reality is the statistics do not lie. You've got 80% of men in the workforce, 50% of women only around the world are in the workforce, and then you've got 75%. A woman would earn 75% of what a man earns in doing the exact same job as he does with the same qualification. What does it tell you? I mean, I'm sure all of you would have heard the terms of the glass ceiling and things like that. Basically, in simple terms, women has to work so much harder than a man at par with her to be able to reach the same level. Isn't that sad? Think about it. Next slide, please. Now, the benefits of gender diversity. These are, among others, very quickly, you've got the perspective. When you pull in women to participate in business, in policy making, in education, in every aspect, in the private sector, in the corporate world, in the boardrooms, right? You draw in perspectives which are different and wider, so that it is not one track, it is balanced, right? Now you've got a better pool. Develop women, develop empowerment capability. You've got a better market. All those products and services out there, how are you to know which are the products which can hit the market and do well and get a better bottom line for you if you do not know the market appetite? Include women. All right, next, you've got skill sets. Now, realize this, that the skill sets which women draw on to the table is a whole lot different, because it is very widely known that women draw in a lot more emotional intelligence, and they have that kind of a wisdom. Objectivity, maybe it comes more from men, yes, but so if you empower women, you have these additional perspectives and skill sets at your disposal. And then you've got productivity. Productivity. Why would you want to just exclude 50% extra productivity from any economy. And if you've got equity and fairness, and coming that, you'll have all the social benefits. Let's move on to the next slide, and I think we're coming to an end. Do you know, this is something which you have to really think about, okay? Women perform more routine jobs in OECD countries, especially when there's rapid technology change. And the routine jobs are the ones which are easily susceptible to change, tech change. And then moving on. Okay, just another perspective on economic empowerment, which is I like to actually go on to the next slide, if you don't mind, Secretariat. You've got what we call conscious consumerism, and let's go into the details there. Basically, just you and I, this is just an example, yeah? This is initiative which a lot of countries are trying to do. It's not really working as fast, but it's literally us, just regular people, layman people like you and me, literally, in the case of a chocolate bar, when we want to buy chocolates, you put your money where your mouth is. So you go on to look at, you know, for example, where your coffee beans are coming from and all that. You know, I know that people who are sitting in front of the audience right now, most of you, 50% and 46% of millennials are known to research your brands before you buy it. Think about it. The term is fair trade. And finally, I think I'm almost to the end right now. So the next slide, thank you. So yeah, we'll skip that in the interest of time. So thank you very much for listening. We've got a little bit of a problem with our technical. Oh, okay. Before I leave, I'd like to say terima kasih, salamat, kopun kap, arigato gozaimashita, kamu utban, kobai, tu dan palai, and samkon. Excuse me if I made any mistake, but what I wanted to say is thank you for the opportunity to speak to all of you listening. And here is a final poem for you.
In this year alone. I'm Dini Tajuddin, and I'm the founder of DiniFlix.com. And what I just shared with you was what happened to me just a few months ago, just last year, right? And I'm pretty sure that a lot of us went through kind of like the same thing.
My name is
honestly, I didn't see it coming. I didn't.
Dear young woman. Dear young woman, I hope you find you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amina, for a very insightful talk. Okay, guys, I just realized, right, because there are so many economic empowerment work or scope or area out there. So I think, why not, maybe like each of us today, so we have like 122 participants online. Okay, let's take like one of us, each of us, take one economic empowerment initiative, or get involved with one of economic initiative or work out there, and then try to make it work within our economy, within our community. Today, we start today, right? Then it will be very, very beautiful future community, I think, in future, I believe. Yeah, as Dr. Amina said just now, no one will leave behind, right? All right. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Nazrul Azizi, the President of Scopus Malaysia, to talk about quite a very significant topic nowadays. All right? Also, Dr. Nazrul will talk about mental health education. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Nazrul.
All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to our distinguished guests, our participants, SECO 2.0, and ladies and gentlemen. All right, is everything okay? All right, my name is Nazrul Azizi. I'm a psychologist by profession. I'm going to share with you what actually our Scopus Malaysia mining data from March 2020 until September 2020. from the 3,500 our data mining to our youth participant, such as from the country in Asia, in Europe, and also in the United States, more than 3,000 youths having problem with the mental health, which is they having anxiety, might be depression, and other type of mental illness. From that, probably there are no other. They have no solution. They doesn't know where to go and how to go to seek for help. So, from our data, we believe that most of our youths, they are not aware how and where to seek for help. And today, I would like to share to you what is important mental health education. So our goal and our problems today is to educate the publics and the young leaders about the nature of a mental health disorder and method treatments, to convey the magnitude of the problem and mobilize actions to improving the care treatment of mental disturb. And we also have goals to improve. I know most of you guys here, the stakeholders and also the youth leaders, let's work together how to improve the mental health community by encouraging the preventive activities. And with that, we need a public education. It's been a vital tool to control a medical disease. For example, education programs serve primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention ends. We know that program like Don't Smoke in Malaysia, Katakan Tidak Merokok, we hire the handicapped and help overcome the stigma which do the recognition and treatment of disease. But in the mental health, we have no clear direction how to have a better promotion in the youths and also in the primary and secondary to get awareness. And you can see from here, you can see from here that there's a practice of a mental health education, which is a technique and target group. We believe that most of you guys are youth leaders, and I believe none of you guys know how to have to get a good techniques and how to help your friend, unless you are the psychology student or counseling students, or maybe you are one who are mental health advocates. But yet, that skills we need, and everyone needs to have the skills, because we in a very vulnerable time now, and we have a very we call that unprecedented issue, unprecedented movement now. So everyone needs to be ready. What is actually happened? From our research, the COVID-19, what actually the fear among youths is not about the COVID-19, but 70% of the youths, they worry about the futures. They worry about what is actually happen in the futures, which is equal to have anxiety disorder, which is when you worry about the futures, mean you are developing the anxiety in your mental state. So what I'm trying to tell you guys, everyone needs to be advocates. Everyone here needs to know the basic tools to help your friends and your family and also people around you. So in education, in the practice of the mental health education, we also have a target group. We also contend the National Assembly on the mental health education. We need that stakeholder to push on the National Assembly on mental health education. This is part of the agenda that we wish that I share to you guys to push in this matter. So back. Why the slide is so fast? All right. Do you guys know that is a really okay? From the slide, you can see that mental illness is a thing that people cast in a different category from the illness. but I don't think it should be taken as serious as anything else. So you don't see the mental health illness, it's not a mass, it's a cyst, but it's there. So basically that we cannot see who is having mental illness around us. From the research, people takes 2 years to seek for mental health professional. The meaning that they doesn't know that they having a mental illness. They doesn't know, am I sad? Am I depressed? And it takes 2 years for them to be diagnosed to get mental illness. So for most people, mental illness means only most gross emotional disorder and those in which there irrational and dangerous behavior for which there is no reasonable explanation. For example, respondent in survey that we asked whether the person described had a problem at all. One is paranoid schizophrenia and number 2 is compulsive phobic. Only paranoid schizophrenia had more than majority 70% call him mentally ill, and in other is proportion range. So what I'm trying to say to you, many of people, 70% doesn't know they're having this kind of illness. All right? You guys can ask me a questions. I love any question from the floor. All right, next. All right, the target of the goals of a mental health educator, we need to empower more mental health educator. I mean, from the school, from the stakeholders, youth leaders, and we need to have a proper planning, a proper syllabus to make sure that people are aware and people know how to deal with this kind of issues. And mental health statistic cost-benefit accounting limitation of present resources. We need to do more research on the mental health statistics. I mean, like the research need to be more focused on the target group, on the youths, and also and the people in the very vulnerable. So parent groups, they need to focus is on the children development, which is parents, they need to know basic needs of mental health. So, and to be effective, the educator must be skillful in communication, knowledge, and group process. And I want to tell you guys, most of the educator need to know how to deal with the student. One of my students telling me that when we have mental health, they hardly to seek for mental health professional, which is mental health professional is very, very hard and rare to find in the university or tertiary level. So basically, we in the educator, we need to learn at least basics of mental health tools to help your students. So our target group must be those vulnerable to emotional disorder and those holding power in the community and those with care and taking function. These 3 target group is really important for you to focus on the mental education. So like I told you earlier, the vulnerable, those who are being diagnosed by clinical, not by self-diagnosed, or those who are just Google, am I having a mental health problem, you just get the online test, that's not include. Those who went to the clinical or to the mental health professional, we need to have the target group. And those who are holding the power in the community, such as you guys, youth leaders, and those who are making a decision in the community, and also those with the care taking function. This is really important people, the target group, and we want to have to educate them in the mental health. Next. All right, the effective of the mental education. First, as you know, the people with the mental illness are the subject stigma. Do you know that when most of our patients that we went to the young minds, they hardly to go to to the government hospital because they worry that they will be a subject matters to their future employee, to the future classmate or future organization. So this is kind of the problem when we face people who are looking to seek help. And which is the process of stereotyping. People will try to be stereotyping you, oh, you are having depression, so you cannot work with us. So like I want to rephrase from the World Health Organization say that there is no health without mental health. So meaning that we have to educate our society that the physical health equals to mental health. So we need to do more on this. And prejudice and discriminations to these vulnerable people. And patient experience of discrimination from health care community may be barrier to help seeking in mental illness. So we can see that the mental health related to theoretical education and clinical placement in the mental health setting during student years or maybe during their youth time may reduce stigmatizing attitude towards the mental health illness. So without that also, our objective also as a mental health educator, the objective of the review was synthesize the best available evidence regarding the effectiveness of mental health related theoretical education and clinical placement in the mental health setting and changing the attitude, the healthcare, the stakeholder, and etc. So our main result in both actually mental health related to theoretical education and clinical placement in the mental health setting are effective in changing the attitude of healthcare students towards mental health illness and youth towards mental illness. So from the conclusion, the theoretical that I want to share to you guys, the education such as from the videos, lectures, presentations, radios, for example, the podcast, we need to do more on the mental illness. And coursework are effective stigma reduction, the intervention. For example, the clinical placement is more effective when you combine the theoretical education. However, the effective the education intervention may be very important. So without that, how to implication for the practice the videos. For example, we do the lectures presentation delivered by the people with the mental illness. We should encourage the people vulnerable like that to be in front, to share the experience, to help others. So this is basis of anti-stigma interventions, and education intervention should be offered regular to promote lasting change in attitude among us and among the society. And that we need to build the mental health coursework in the school, in the university, territory, and also clinical placement must be part of the core curriculum in healthcare courses. For example, most schools in Asia, they're not providing the mental health professional in their level, even in the university. So we need that more people, the stakeholder, to acknowledge mental health professional to be included in the syllabus, as a teachers in the organization. So. Of course, the issue here is very hard to change the setting. I mean, because this is something that I can tell you, the illness are very invisible, and people take 2 years, like I told you earlier, to seek for mental health professional. So to break the system, it's not just taking 1 or 2 years. To break the system, we need to start from the primary school, secondary school, and also in the territory level, and also the biggest organization. Organizations like you guys, in every part of the country need to talk more the conversation about mental health. We need to talk about more on the mental health. It's not because someone having suicidal yesterday, someone having depression yesterday, but the consistently having this conversation, consistent to talk to your friends, consistent to talk to your colleague, consistent talk to your lecturers and people around you. In Malaysia, with the Ministry of Health, we have this kind of movement. We call that Let's Talk MY, Let's Talk Malaysia, which is we empower vulnerable people, and we empower people who are having this kind of illness to talk and share, and we listen that, and we listen with the empathy. So, we all feel like the system is too big to change, but guess what? We are the system, and we need to change, and we need to change from the core and from the fundamental. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nazro, for a very interesting sharing. So, yeah, mental illness is a very real struggle, and then we are fighting with with invisible enemy. Okay, let's start from us, and let's not only care about ourselves, but also care about people around us. All right, and then. Yeah, because because sometimes we just don't realize that people around us have have problem or have issue. So they might look like they are okay, but they might not okay. So I think what we can do is maybe just try to taking care not only ourselves but people around us. All right. So because we are just one call away. All right. I can't recall one of the song like I'm only one call away, I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me, I'm only one call away. So same goes to everyone. So we are just one call away. So please say hi to everyone, to your friend especially, and to your family. Okay, sorry organizer. So without further ado, let's proceed with our third expert talk on transformation education. Alright, so please welcome the founder of Yayasan Health of World, Dr. Sangeeta Kaur. Please welcome.
Hello and good morning to everyone. First of all, my gratitude and thank you to SSEAYP International Conference, Secretariat, organizers, for this topic of post-COVID-19, the future that we want. So I'm Sangeeta. All right, and before we start, we have two interesting speakers. And what I'm going to do right now is I want all of you out there to just relax your shoulder, okay? Because one part of learning is when you are feeling relaxed and you have an open body language. Okay, so just relax yourself, take a couple of deep breaths, okay? And maybe we can do it right now, okay? So just inhale. And exhale. Okay? So part of learning is to understand that you are ready to get information that is out there, right? That is out there for you to understand better, to look into a different perspective, okay? So transformation education is a way to change how people think and behave and also feel in a different perspective. So all this while, we have been in an education system where we are supposed to think, we are supposed to behave, and we're supposed to feel in a certain manner that is based on the norm, all right? The moment you start applying transformation learning, it helps in educating and change the learner into significant and powerful learning that can help yourself to change for a better understanding, for a better knowledge, and also put it into action. Okay? So, transformation learning, okay, it was developed by Dr. Jack Meserow in the 1975, okay? This is based on his research when a number of women returned to education program in the US. So he does a lot of research to understand how do people with experience, with knowledge and skill apply when they are back in education. Okay, and just to add a little bit that transformation education or transformation learning is best for adults. So individual like us, 18 and above, if you apply transformation learning is good. Okay, so what I'm sharing today will be a brief overview and the narration of transformation learning. So So if you look at us throughout our journey, our learning starts when we are still in the womb, okay? That means information that we gather from our mothers, from our surroundings, our parents, their conversation, we start absorbing information and start the learning process, okay? And those learning did not stop. It continues till your teenage life, it continues till your young adult, and throughout till the end of your life. Okay? So when we are talking about learning, there's three concepts. It's learn, unlearn, and relearn. So what I'm going to share right now is that, for example, when you were younger, people will say, or your parents will say, don't play with knife because it's sharp, it's harmful. But along the way, throughout your development stage, you unlearn that knife is dangerous, okay? And you relearn a new topic that knife is helpful. So that is where you gain the knowledge and you gain the experience when we talk about learning, all right? And when we talk about transformation learning, it's how we perceive what the meaning we put inside all our learning throughout our development stage. Okay? And this learning can be different from any one of us, coming from different culture, coming from different environment, right? And it helps us to look at different perspective. Okay? And again, every one of us has a different perspective, and we develop from our upbringing, from the womb till the end of our life. And how we see ourselves internally and how we look at things externally from the world viewpoint, okay, is different. And we present it as a set of knowledge and a set of skill. For example, individuals who come from different culture, from different part of the world, they feel that they need to be fairer in terms for them to get married, or they need to be fairer in terms for them to be beautiful, or they need to do some sort of surgery, right? So it comes from a set of your understanding, your knowledge, and translate it, okay? Or I need to score A for me to be successful or for me to get scholarships. Right? So those are already preset conditions that we have built throughout the years, through our development stages, and we apply that knowledge. So when people encounter new knowledge, okay, they filter based on their preset experience. Knowledge, and this is new form, will build into our existing. Meaning, you have an existing knowledge, a new learning comes in, therefore, it did not diversify, but it goes back to the original understanding and knowledge that we have. Okay? So, make believe that this is true, make believe that this is what it needs to happen. All right? So, Jack Mazaro categorized this meaning into three ways, or three perspectives. Okay? The first one will be personal. When we talk about personal, it's all about internal process, internal how you look at it. So it's about your belief, it's about your limitation, it's about your boundaries, what you can do, what you cannot do, what is beyond your control, what is not in your control. If you believe that this is my strength, I cannot improve on my weakness, so it's personal. All right? The next part is social linguistic. Social linguistic is more about culture. It's more about the society. All right? And it's the generalization of knowledge and information, such as, only rich people have financial freedom. I don't have financial freedom because I'm poor, or I'm not earning well, therefore I can't get a house. So these are generalizations that has been inbuilt in us throughout our life. Okay? So when you talk about social, it can be different, yeah? You can come from the same religion, but if you are a city person, when you communicate to someone from a different area, you have two different culture. So how do you implement transformative learning if you don't understand the bigger perspective of learning? All right, different race, different value, society norm, all this plays a role in the meaning, how you interpret things. And the last one is epistemic. Epistemic is more about preset knowledge. Okay, it's a validation of knowledge. For example, if you are going to see a professional, okay, and then you did not ask a lot of questions because you make believe that this professional knows what they are doing. Even though you have a lot running in your mind, but you might not say it out because you have this preset knowledge to validate that professional knows what they are doing, and also you have this preset knowledge that from word of mouth, from your friends, from your surrounding, to say that this professional is good. So you don't go beyond the transformative. You are still in the constructive learning, where this is your boundaries and this is how I need to go and move beyond. All right. So when we talk about that, then in order for us to change, in order to apply transformative learning or transformative education in ourselves and also to others, all right, you need to manage new perspective. You need to bring a new meaning and ideas on how you look at things. Okay? And how can we reformulate and rephrase our meaning into a different thing? Okay? So by making it inclusive, like right now, all of us here, we are in a digital world, right? I can be in KL and you guys from all over the world are able to understand what I'm saying because first, I'm speaking in English. Secondly, it's borderless, right? So by making it more inclusive, we have to change our assumptions. I cannot assume everyone in a high-level thinking order, or I cannot assume everyone who doesn't know anything about information. So I have to reshape those underlying beliefs and make it into something different. So this is how the transformative learning comes into place. All right? So to reshape those underlying beliefs, it requires a lot of thought and reflection, and it also leaves us into dilemma where a new learning and experience contradict with old learning. So let me share about this orienting dilemma, okay, where Jack Meserow put it into 4 components of process. The first is the experience, and as I mentioned earlier, what you experience, what you relate to others, how do you look at yourself, it gives you a purpose and meaning differently based on what you understand. And then when it comes to critical reflection, okay, this is the process that the assumption, it can be right or wrong, and it will lead to a clearer understanding by using collective reflection. All right. So critical reflection is more about how you look at things, how you put things into perspective, and the assumptions that create beyond this critical reflection. I'll give you an example. Okay. I'll take it like, myself into this role right now. Okay. I know that I have to be here to convey this message, to convey this talk. And in my mind, there's a lot of critical reflection saying that I cannot see my audience. I don't know how is their feeling, how is their emotion, and how can I move beyond that? How can I get engagement with my audience? So the critical reflection plays in the mind all the time, and I need to look at broader perspective. All right, this is where I reflect on the discourse. So when we talk about reflecting discourse, it's about the process where I identify and amplifying my assumption about things. Okay? So right now, during the critical reflection and in the process of reflective discourse, I have disorienting dilemma, which I create by myself, coming from my belief, from my personal, from my social, and also from my set of knowledge. So if you can go back, it's like a cycle where you can go back and rephrase it, reformulate, rephrase it, and reformulate those meaning. It gives you a different perspective. Okay? Then the action comes into place. So through my experience, all right? So I'm going through the journey again, through my experience as a speaker with audience, and now, virtual audience, right? My critical reflection and my reflective discourse will be playing on a momentum where it keeps on moving and justifying things and how can I do it differently. Okay? And that translates into action. Now I am here, sharing my knowledge, sharing the slides, sharing the perspective and the meaning to my audience. Therefore, I create a new set of experience into my existing experience. I create a new set of knowledge into my existing preset knowledge. Yeah? So from this, we can understand that transformation, education, it's different. It goes beyond your norm. It goes beyond from what you can do. And it plays a lot with your mental and your emotional, because when on that, it will triggers it. You are out of your comfort zone. You are out from what you are supposed to do. Okay? When you are out of your comfort, this is where the learning happens. This is where you complete the whole learning and you are able to be more competent. You are able to create a stronger sense of confidence. You are able to try new roles. Okay? When we're talking about trying a new role, I mean, most of you here are youth, all right? So maybe you are just graduating, or you are still working or searching for a job. So when you are in school, you learn a preset of knowledge. For example, I'm going to be a mechanic, all right? So you learn and you understand the theory, a preset of mechanic. But right now, this knowledge, and you need to be ready to transform this knowledge. Because earlier you have a car and you need to fix it. But now everything is gadget. You can use a virtual reality to form a new set of knowledge, to form a new set of skill or a new role that you can take. All right? So putting into a perspective that move beyond your boundaries, move beyond your comfort, you will learn more. All right? And when we talk about transformation, it's about higher level of empathy. It's about how can you move and have that empathy towards yourself first before you move towards other direction. Okay. It will also enhance your communication skill. Not just texting. I know in this generation, right? It's all about texting, it's all about virtual messaging, but it's about communication. How do you communicate? How do you verbalize things? How do you put things into perspective? Those are communication. And people forget that when we talk about communication, it's also listening. How do you put what you listen into action? Okay. Again, coming out from your comfort zone. Understand how can you make a difference. People change when bad things happen to them or when they are at the lowest point. People change. So you need to come out from your comfort zone. Reconnect with your mental and emotional. And as our Dr. Nazro mentioned earlier about mental and emotional, we need to reconnect. We need to understand where does this information come from. And that's transformation learning. Because when you are given certain things and you are not sure, and you need to have a different perspective, different understanding, it plays with your mental and emotion. Wider appreciation of diversity. Reach out, you plan it out well, you know different culture, different understanding, different norms. How can we have inclusiveness? And above all is the confidence and the knowledge and gratitude that you bring to yourself first before it goes out. So transformation learning is all about a journey where you can learn, unlearn and relearn, where you embed your empathy, emotional and mental being into making it a better learning and brings out a new meaning into your life. So imagine this journey of you as a butterfly, okay? From the egg, from the larva, going to pupa and becoming a beautiful butterfly. So that is what we call the journey of. You are not to something you are. And every stages in your life, you will be. And through that challenge, it gives you a different. So with this, I would like to thank all of you here on this platform. And I have this activity to do with all of you. Okay, I want you guys to do this. On your right hand is a gun. Okay? And on your left hand is a rabbit. All right? So can I have the audience to do that? So your right hand and your left hand. Okay? So right now, your left hand will hop, but your gun don't hop. It's just chasing your rabbit. So when you reach to the other end, you swap. Now your right hand is the rabbit and your left hand is the gun. So you move towards your right. Okay? Do it slow. Okay? We're gonna do it slow. Can I see the audience do that? Yes? Okay? Do it slow, and when you reach the momentum, when you are confident, you move faster. And this is what we call transformation learning, part of it, because this is a new knowledge and you are building your confidence, and at the end, you can go faster and faster, and this is your new knowledge, skill and experience. Right? With this, I would like to thank all of you. Have a good day, have a great day, and wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sangeeta, for your very inspiring talk. So I really love your talk. I really love all the perception of all the perspective that we have this morning. Okay, and I also like one of the things that been mentioned: learn, for unlearn, to relearn. Alright, so yeah, most of us maybe we know how to learn, but I believe not all know how to unlearn and relearn. But yeah, we can practice make perfect, right? So yes, it bring me like listening to Dr. Sangeeta this morning is bring me to my memory on 2013. So for the first time actually I learned about perspective. what is perspective, the angle of perspective from my beloved Facey, Mr. Eddie from Thailand, Kabung Kap. All right, because you just opened my eyes to the world of perspective. You know, because you know, if like people master in perspective, I believe there's no war in this world. So that's why it is very, really important to master or to understand at least perspective. All right. So there's so many things. I think there's a lot of things I got this morning. So I love the perspective of learning, knowledge, and experience. And I also would like to share my own perspective as well. So I have, I think in transformation, even in education or anything, there's three really important elements, which is us. Okay, us. A-S-K. All right. A for attitude, A for attitude, S for skill, and K for knowledge. So I think we need to have balanced elements, okay, of all these three elements: attitude, skill, and knowledge. Because I think if we have the knowledge, but we don't really know how to use it, we don't really have good skill, and we are not have good attitude toward that knowledge, which is knowledge sharing and knowledge transferring. So I think the transformation, I think, won't happen. All right. So next, yeah, because we have right now this session actually I have a lot of time. So do you want to request any song? No, just kidding. All right. So yes. Okay. Before we go to the next speakers, so I want you to open your camera. Okay, very short exercise. Open your camera. So maybe because we just forgot to say hi to our old friend, or maybe to our Kevin mate, even our SG mate. So I want you to open your camera and see on the screen and say hi. Okay, say hi to your friend. So maybe used to be your crush. Okay, all right. So,
crush. Hi everybody.
Hi, good morning.
Hello
Yes.
Hello
Wow, I can feel the energy. I can feel the energy now. Yes, facilitator Dino. Yes, all the SPY facilitator from all around the world. Yeah. Yes, I love your energy this morning. Wow. Nice one. Hope everyone's doing well. All right. Don't forget, we are just one call away. Okay. Yes. Hi.
Hi, Lim Sukun.
All right. Okay. Enough for today, because I believe you have your contact. You have your friend contact. You can keep on chatting, or maybe you can just tag to say hello, hi. All right. So if you don't have their contact, you just lost contact, just text on the chat box, and then to get the contact back and to keep in touch. Okay. All right. Now our next speakers are ready. So without further ado, before that, actually, our speakers are very special speakers. So our next expert will talk about a very interesting topic, one of my favorite topic as well, which is food security. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Eko Hari Purnomo from Bogor Agriculture University, Indonesia, to deliver his talk. Please welcome Dr. Eko.
Hello. Yeah, can I have access to share screen? I'm still disabled. I have no access to share screen. Okay, thank you. Yeah, since I'm the only presenter for this morning session who is not in the venue of the conference, so I need to do the things myself, and I think that's also good for me. Yeah, so very good morning, everyone, and it has been an honor for me to have an opportunity probably to share a bit of the things that probably I know. It's about food security and COVID-19 pandemics, and hopefully it will be also an interesting topic for everyone, because the other three topics that has been discussed is also the topics which is highly impacted by COVID-19 pandemics. We heard already the economic empowerment, the mental health education, as well as the transformative education. Those are the three sectors which is strongly or highly affected by COVID-19 pandemics. And I think there is also another area, another topic which is also severely affected by this COVID-19 pandemic, and this one is food security. So before I start, I should introduce myself. I'm Eko Hari Purnomo from IBB University, or some of you probably know it as Bogor Agricultural University, and I'm from the Department of Food Science and Technology. Okay, so the things that I would like to discuss with you for this morning is, the first one I would like to probably discuss with you on what the food security is. Yeah, probably I used to think that if we could produce enough food for all the people in the world, then food security is not an issue anymore. But I think later we will understand that food security is not necessarily only means that producing enough food, but we also need to make sure that those food is accessible by everyone, anytime, in any location. Yeah. So food security is not as simple as producing enough food for everyone, yeah, but also making sure that everyone has access to the food. Yeah. And then I would also probably share with you the analysis on the effect of COVID-19 pandemic to food security. Yeah, because I think the pandemic itself affecting the food security through different ways. Yeah, and we will see the ways this pandemic affecting the food security. And of course, the last part will be strategy or the tips that probably we can do ourselves to improve food security. Yeah, so that's more or less the things that we would like to discuss with you this morning. Okay, let me start with what the food security is. Here is a very concise definition of food security that we got from the World Food Summit in 1996. It's already a long time ago, but I think this definition of food security is one of the widely accepted food security definition. And it says that food security exists when all people, yeah, at all time, have a physical, and economical access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. Yeah, as I said, it's a very concise definition of food security, but I would like to emphasize several important points in this definition. If we look at this definition, it says that food security can only exist if all people, yeah, at all time, yeah, have both physical and economical access. So we have to make sure that the food has been distributed well to everyone, and everyone has an access. And they need to get a sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. So it's not only sufficient in terms of quantity, but also we need to make sure that the food that they consume is safe and nutritious. Why is that so? Because it's important for them to keep them active and healthy. Yeah? And there is another point, which is also important, I think, that the food that they consume should meet their dietary need. Yeah? And also their food preferences. Yeah? And these food preferences can be affected by culture, religion, or any other reason. Okay, so this is a very interesting definition of what food security is. And because we see that food security is not about providing enough or producing enough food only, yeah, so there are different dimensions of food security. The first one is the food availability. And if we are talking about the food availability, then it's important to see that in terms of availability, there are two important parameters. The first one is in terms of quantities. Yeah, so indeed we need to provide enough quantities, sufficient quantities of food. But at the same time, it's not only about quantities, but it's also about quality. Yeah, because remember, in the definition of food security, there is an important phrase that it should meet the preference of the consumers. Okay, so those are the two important aspects of food availability: quantities and quality. And second is the second dimension is the food access. So in this case, we need to make sure that everyone has an access to the food. It's not only physical, but also economical, as well as social or traditional aspect. Yeah. So that's from the second dimension. And in the third dimension is the utilization. It means that we have to make sure that the food is or can be utilized to fulfill the need of all the people. And the last one, the last dimension is the stability. So in this case, we have to make sure that the food is available all the time. We cannot just say that, okay, within a year, we have produced enough quantity of food, but we also need to make sure that this food is available all the year long. Yeah, we cannot only have food during the harvest season, but not having enough food during non-harvesting season. So we have to make sure that. And I think the role of food technology is very important in that case, because we understand that our nature cannot produce food all the year long, probably. Yeah, so we need to have food technology preserving the food and improving the availability of food at all the time. Okay, so hopefully with that explanation, you get an idea of what the food security is. Then we will discuss more or less the fact that we have today. Yeah, here is the okay, not so nice fact that we have. Yeah, because you see that we have 690 million people are hungry today. Yeah, 750 million people having severe food insecurity, meaning they don't have enough food supply even when they are hungry. Yeah, and 2 billion people in this world has no regular access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food. And if you look at this number, yeah, 2 billion people, this is more or less a quarter of the total world population. Yeah. So 1 among 4 of us is actually having no regular access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food. Yeah. So by looking at this fact, I think the world is not on track to achieve the SDG of zero hunger target by 2030. Yeah. Okay. Next, we see the COVID-19 pandemic indeed affecting the food security. And due to this effect of pandemic, we have additional around 100 million undernourished people in the world, simply due to this COVID-19 pandemic, which affecting the food security. So this is indeed a fact that is not really pleasant to hear, but that's the fact. And if we look at the detail of the data, it's even more interesting because, let's say, if you look at this data here, you start to see that it seems that from 2005 till 2014, there is a good trend on the number of undernourished. Yeah, so you see there is a decrease in the number of undernourished in the world till 2014. But what is interesting here is since 2014, we start to see the increase of people who are undernourished, meaning that they are not receiving enough nutrient for their healthy diet. Yeah, so we start to see this increase. Yeah, even before the pandemic. Yeah, even before the pandemic, because this one is 2018. Yeah, so you could imagine what will happen when the pandemic hit us. So the previous figure showing the number, and here I show you the percentage of undernourished person. And again, in terms of percentage, we also see that there was a decrease of prevalence of undernourished till 2014, but then after that, it start to level off, if not even seems to increase a little bit. Yeah, so there is something interesting here. I think I have someone. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and then if we look at the projection of percentage of undernourished people in the world, yeah, the figure even worse, because you see here, for example, yeah, 2018 we have 678 million people who are undernourished. 2019, yeah, increased a little bit, and due to the pandemic, it is predicted that by 2030 we even have much bigger number of undernourished people. That's also true in terms of percentage. Yeah. So it's not only because the population increases, but also if we look in terms of percentage, still there is an increase of undernourished in terms of percentage, meaning that there are more and more fraction of population who are not receiving enough food to meet their dietary need. And the next question is, of course, how the pandemic affect food security. So the way pandemic affect the food security, yeah, is through different ways. The first one is from the supply side. Yeah, so if we look at the supply side here, we will see actually the total production of food in the world is not decreasing. So it's not the problem of food production. but more on the supply chain. Yeah. So the problem of food security as affected by the pandemic is not because of the decreasing of food production, but more of because of the supply chain disruption. And this is because there is a limitation on the labor mobility and difficulty to access market, difficulty to market the food products. Yeah. So this is an important thing that we have to take a note that supply chain is the one affected by pandemic. From the demand side, I think the major problem is because of the economic downturn. And that's because people are earning less and less due to the pandemic. Yeah, and of course, if they earn less money, that will means that they have less resources to spend for their food. Yeah. Okay, so let's see the prediction. Yeah, the predicted effect of COVID-19 in terms of number of undernourished people. This is the prediction that is made by FAO. Yeah, and there are 3 different scenarios that they provide. But whatever scenarios that they have, what we see is all the predictions says that the number of undernourished people will increase. Yeah, and of course, this is something that we need to think of. Yeah, because we will have more problem in the future with food security. Yeah, and again, remember, I think the major problem is not in terms of food production itself, but more on the distribution of food to all people in the world. One of the effect of food insecurity, yeah, is in a lack of development for the young. That's one of the effects. But before we go to that, probably it's also interesting to see how different region in the world, yeah, situation, yeah, as compared to the average. So the first group of data here is the average percentage, more or less, or the word percentage of food insecurity. Yeah. What you see is probably from 2014 to 2019 is in the probably around 25%. That's the average of the world. Food insecurity in the world. And it's interesting to see how Asia performs. Actually, if you look at Asia, we are performing a little bit better than the average. But if we look at Africa, I think they are the most vulnerable region in the world. Yeah. So a lot of attention should be focused to this region here. Yep. And here is the map of stunting in the world. And again, you can see there is a very clear relation between food insecurity and stunting prevalences. So stunting is basically kids who cannot grow into their optimum, let's say, condition due to lack of nutrient. Yeah, and you see that most of the stunting cases will be in Africa and Southern Asia. Yeah. How about Asia? Asia depends on the country as well. Yeah. Most of the country probably in this orange color, which means that it's rather high. Yeah. But for well-developed countries, they basically almost have no problem with stunting. Okay. After looking at the fact and the reality that we have, the question is, of course, what strategy we could use to cope with the global food security, or to cope with the food security itself. As we understand that actually, if we are talking only the total amount of food being produced in the world, that should be sufficient for everyone. Yeah, if we divide it by the number of population, that should be okay. But the problem, as I already mentioned, is not in terms of quantity of food we're producing, but more to the fact that there are regions in the world where they could not produce enough food, for example, here in Africa. And there are regions in the world who are producing more food. And during the pandemic, it's not easy, basically, to market or to transport food from one place to the other place. So understanding that situation, probably we start to think, why don't we think food security in terms of national food security? Yeah. So if we think food security at the national level, for example, Indonesia, yeah, we also more or less facing similar problems because the area that we cover is also huge. We also have a certain area which is producing more food, for example, in Java Island, as compared to areas in Timor, for example, which is producing less food. And during the pandemic, again, there is a problem of distributing food to the area producing less food products, yeah, because of the limited mobility. So then why don't we think food security at the lowest or the smallest building block, which is the family level, the household food security? Yeah. So in that case, we need to make sure that every single family, every single household could more or less try to improve their food security. Yeah. And to do so, there are several tips that probably we might use. The first one is, because remember again, there are two main effects of pandemic to food security. The first one is through disrupted supply chain, and the second one is due to the lower purchasing power. So the first strategy is probably for us to have or to try reaching self-sufficient status. Of course, it's not an easy job because not everyone probably having enough land to grow their own food or to raise their own chicken, for example. Yeah, but at least trying to through do so, that will help. Second is to make your own menu. Yeah, not going to restaurant every day, yeah, or every weekend, because our purchasing power is decreasing. The third one is to respect the freezer, meaning that if we could have a lower price by purchasing a bigger quantity and put it in a fridge, put it in a freezer, then why not doing so? Because that will more or less improve the food security status of your family. And the next one is play the sale. If there is sale, why not buying food which are on sale. Go big, yeah. Purchasing in a big or bigger quantity, you can have a lower price. Go home, yeah. Again, not going to canteen, not going to restaurant, and stay at home, eat at home, having dinner with your family, lunch with your family, yeah. Read the fine print, yeah. Make sure that you get the best price, yeah. So you need to check the price and divide it by the quantity, so you will have a price per unit quantity, and please make sure that you get the best offer, yeah. Hold the stick, because remember, animal-based protein is relatively expensive, so you probably need to think of consuming protein from plant-based sources, because normally that will be less expensive, and yeah, solve this season. Yeah, so if you buy fruit, for example, please buy the one which is in season, because that's normally less expensive compared to the one which is not in season. Okay, so that's more or less the things that I want to share with you, and thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Eko, for a very insightful talk. Okay, guys. So sometimes actually the best solutions for a big problem actually is start from us. Okay, it start from home. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain wherever you are right now, because we are going to proceed with the opening ceremony order shortly. Honorable Dato Dr. Hajah Wasitah binti Yusof, Director General, National Department of Youth and Sport, Ministry of Youth and Sport Malaysia, Dr. Muhammad Maliki bin Muhammad Rafi, Director of International Youth Centre Kuala Lumpur, Mr. Sheikh Muhammad Nordin bin Ismail, President of SSEAYP International Malaysia, Kabesa, all presidents of SSEAYP International alumni from Southeast Asia and Japan, speakers, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the opening ceremony of second SSEAYP International Conference 2021. To start our ceremony today, I would like to invite again our little dancer from Citra Jentayu to perform a welcoming cultural dance performance named Puja Dance that used to be a royal dance in the past to welcome royal guests in Selangor, one of the states in Malaysia. So, without further ado, please welcome Citra Jentayu. Thank you, Citra Jentayu, for a very beautiful performance. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Cik Muhammad Nordin bin Ismail, the President of SSEAYP International Malaysia, Kabesa, to deliver his welcoming remark. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning. Thank you, Mr. MC. Datuk Dr. Hajah Wasitah binti Yusof, Director General Department of Youth and Sport Malaysia. Dr. Haji Muhammad Maliki bin Muhammad Rapi, Director of International Youth Centre Kuala Lumpur. fellow speakers and participants, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the SSEAYP International Conference 2.0, here held virtually live from International Youth Center, Kuala Lumpur. We are very fortunate to have the organizer of SSEAYP International Malaysia, supported by the Ministry of Youth and Sport, International Youth Center, and International Youth Exchange Organization in order to make this event successful. I would like to thank all the participants with various backgrounds whom able to allocate some time today in joining this conference. And lastly, I sincerely hope everyone who participates in this conference today managed to gain incredible inputs from the amazing speakers present today. Last but not least, I would like to proudly present to all of you the President of Alumni Association all over ASEAN and Japan. First of all, Mrs. Hajah Rosmatinia Pa Haji Ibrahim, the President of Bersatu Brunei, SSEAYP International Brunei. Okay, raise your hand. Thank you, Pak Rosma. Second, where he is, my brother, Mr. Kreng Kim Lee, where is it? Where are you? Raise your hand, brother. Brother Kim Lee, where are you? People want to...
I'm here.
Huh?
You see me?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah, yeah.
Can you see me? I'm here.
Yeah, Brother Kim Lee, where are you?
I'm here.
Okay, I get it. Okay, Mr. Kim Lee, President of SSEAYP International Cambodia. Okay, good. Thank you for your attendance, today, okay. And then the third one is Miss Pia Adi Prima. Where are you, Miss Pia? Long time no see you.
Everyone.
Hi, Pia. Raise your hand. Yeah, there. Okay, Miss Pia, thank you for your presence today. All right. Thank you. And this is very famous one, I think. Everybody know him. Mr. Shiratori Masanobu-san, where are you? Masa-san, where are you? Good morning.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, raise your hand, brother. Okay, Masa-san. Everybody is waiting for you, Masa. This is consultant of International Youth Exchange Organization of Japan, IYUO. He also the Secretary General of SSEAYP International SI. Okay, thank you, Mr. Masa-san, okay. Thank you. Okay, the next one is Mr. Kim Maung Yi. Kim Maung Yi from Myanmar. Where are you, brother? Very thank you for you. Raise your hand, my brother, Mr. Kim Maung Yi. Last night we already having our conversation together. Where are you? Oh, raise your hand. Let my technical man cannot get it. Anyway, thank you, Mr. King. We cannot find you there. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next one is Mrs. Dennis Lawrence Sebastian, the President of SSEAYP International Philippines. Where are you, Mr. Dennis? Raise your hand, Mr. Dennis. There. SI Philippines there. Oh yeah, Mr. Dennis, how are you? Thank you for your presence today. Good morning. See you in March conference later. Okay. And the next one is Mr. Fong Yong Kiong from Singapore. There's a new president. A young one.
Hi everyone.
Hi. Oh yeah, Mr. Fong.
Nice to meet all of you.
Yeah. Thank you for your presence today. Okay. See you next March. This is not Mr. Miss Tan Wan from Thailand. She is Vice President of SA Thailand. Tan Wan, I saw you. Okay, Sawadee Kap. Okay, thank you, Miss Tan Wan. The next one is Mr. Hong Minh Thong from Vietnam. Hong Minh Thong, is it right? I pronounce your name. Where is it? Raise your hand. Oh yeah, there, Mr. Hong Minh Thong. Thank you. You are secretary for the Vietnam Alumni Club, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hong Minh Thong, secretary of Vietnam Alumni Club for Youth Friendship Program, VACYF. Thank you. That's all. Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone. Thank you everybody. Thank you to all the president from the SEAYP International, all over our SEAYP members. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Che Muhammad Nordin, for your welcoming remark. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to draw your attention to listen to a special message from Yang Berhormat Mr. Khairi Jamaluddin, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation Malaysia. Please pay your attention on the screen.
Good morning. I'm pleased to join you today for the second session of the SEAYP International Conference 2.0 with the theme of Post-Pandemic COVID-19, the Future We Want. I would like to thank the organizers for bringing us all together at this conference and for its continuous support in working to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The SCIO vision is youth empowerment, and its mission is to address and confront the social determinants of humanity. The objective of SICO this year is to stop transmission and prevent the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, to save lives and regain a semblance of normalcy. At the time of a pandemic, technology has played a significant role in allowing people to continue their work, studies, and remain connected to loved ones from the comfort of their homes. I'm glad that despite many challenges, SEAYP International Malaysia, in conjunction with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, International Youth Centre, and the International Youth Exchange Organization Japan, have been able to organize today's conference in this hybrid fashion. Congratulations on selecting such an important topic for this session. During this COVID-19 pandemic, we've been forced to adapt to a new norm. More people than ever are now using the internet as a lifeline for teleworking, remote learning, shopping, accessing the latest public health information, and staying in touch with friends and families despite travel restrictions. Therefore, international collaboration, cooperation, and coordination between all stakeholders, public and private, has an essential role in continuing the efforts towards the SDGs. Only when we work together can we succeed. Finally, I hope that the lessons learned from the pandemic will not be forgotten as we struggle to tackle more long-term global challenges such as climate change. Technology and innovation will be key to building a safer, more connected, and more sustainable world. The lockdowns all over the world have shown us that we do not have to commute to our office every day. We do not have to travel the world for a business meeting. We do not have to rely on paper, even. We can be efficient and effective working from anywhere, reducing our carbon footprints for a sustainable future. I'm confident that there is much to be gained from discussions such as these, and I wish you all a fruitful and enjoyable session. Thank you, and stay safe.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Mr. Khairi Jamaluddin. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention again for the keynote address and opening speech by our honorable guest today. Without further ado, I would like to invite Honorable Dato Dr. Hajah Wasita binti Haji Muhammad Yusof the Director General, National Department of Youth and Sports, Ministry of Youth and Sport Malaysia, to deliver the keynote address and opening speech. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Distinguished guests, speakers, participants, the Honorable Dr. Muhammad Maliki bin Muhammad Rafi'i, Director of International Youth Center, Kuala Lumpur, Mr. Cik Muhammad Nordin bin Ismail, President of SSEAYP International Malaysia, all President of SSEAYP International alumni from Southeast Asia and Japan, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia, to all the participants of the SSEAYP International Conference 2.0, joining from the Japan and around the Southeast Asian. It is a real delight to join you online, and it's a very heartwarming occasion for me personally. It is a great honor for me to deliver on behalf of Ministry of Youth and Sports Malaysia a keynote speech at this very important conference. And I would like to first congratulate the SSEAYP International Malaysia and the International Youth Center for hosting this, the excellent arrangement for this conference by our young people, and for their hospitality. I trust all participants are enjoying the conference, and also would like to thank to International Youth Exchange Organization of Japan, IYEO, for supporting the organization of this conference, and also would like to recognize the great effort of SSEAYP International Conference Secretariat team, who have worked very hard to prepare for this conference, particularly in conceptualizing its substance. That is the strength of what I saw from this morning occasion. Most importantly, I would like to appreciate all participants of this SSEAYP International Conference 2.0 for all this effort and a very tireless effort for this. Congratulations again. The fact that you are participating here, investing your time, energy, and focus to address very critical issues facing our world today indicates a quality of character which is very vital, needed, and if we are to build a better future. Simply put, that I believe that you are joining here because you care, because you want to make a positive difference, and because you are ready to act for a greater good. In context, you, the participants, have decided to address critical issues of food security, economic empowerment, transformative education, mental health education, and after effects, which is youth, climate, peace, and security overall. I'm sure the discussion throughout this conference will be very informative, practical, and actionable. On the part of leadership, a lot has happened in the past 12 months. The continued spread of COVID-19 is bringing profound changes to the world. This pandemic has not only changed our way of meeting and communicating, but also posed unprecedented challenges to mankind. Today, the world faces dramatically new and challenging circumstances. The unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic is reverberating around the world, with potentially far-reaching social, economic, and geopolitical implications. Such challenges can be daunting, but can also significantly open new opportunities. Whatever issues one may hope to tackle, leadership is the most essential key to success. Before addressing the most specific issues of this conference, it is worthwhile to consider a larger perspective of important aspects of leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, great transformative leaders of the 20th century, Gandhi, King, Mandela, were such persons of moral authority. Of the importance of value, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "This is a moral universe, and there are moral laws of the universe just as abiding as the physical laws." So what do you mean by moral and innovative leadership? We believe this unique juxtaposition, moral and innovative leadership, encapsulates the leadership qualities needed for our time. A moral leader is guided by an ethical framework rooted in our universal principles and shared values. A moral leader has integrity and it is committed to advance the greater good before self-interest. I believe that everybody noticed that Malaysia is also leading to that way where the government introduced the shared prosperity value in our long-term development. Founder and Chairman Global Peace Foundation, for example, Dr. Hyun Jin Preston Moon, who first introduced the framework of moral and innovative leadership in 2010, quoted that moral leadership is more precious for the future of a nation than gold, diamond, or oil. It is guided by a common vision that reflects the most fundamental human aspiration, conform to the universal spiritual principle that govern human life, and is expressed in a shared moral values that can ultimately form a global ethic. With a solid ethical framework, innovative leadership can tap the wellspring of innate human creativity and ingenuity so that the power of innovation can be channeled to address even the most difficult social problems. There are countless examples throughout history of youth with major impacts. In Malaysia particularly, we had Yashwin Saravanan, known as Human Calculator, and he's an Asia Got Talent runner-up at the age of 15 for his speed, mental calculation. Zaisen Kang Zishun, 9 years old, won top prize in junior category for NASA competition with toilet invention for astronaut on the moon, which saw some 900 entries by children worldwide. Dr. Amalina Cik Bakri held the record of the most straight 1As, and she achieved straight 17, 1A in her Malaysian certificate education. This is a record from number, which is 1As achieved by student in the history of Malaysian education, and she is now General Surgeon and PhD Clinical Research Fellow at Imperial College London. And I believe there are many more from your country as well. Thus, the important aspect of leadership playing vital role, especially for our youth to face the new challenges with new norm and be a true leader in a real landscape of leader. I know it is not easy responsibilities. However, with correct mindset, nothing is impossible nowadays. The world is changing. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you my understanding of the world. What has changed, what has not changed, and how to properly handle this important relationship. COVID-19 has changed the world profoundly in the following aspects. Pose challenges to global public health. COVID-19 is the most widespread pandemic in the past century. As of today, it has spread to more than 210 countries and regions, impacted over 106,008,9.3 million people, and claimed over 2,316,389 lives as record today. And this is something that witnesses from the source shared by WHO, World Health Organization, coronavirus diseases. Yeah? This reminds us that major infectious diseases are still grave challenges to the safety and health of mankind. This is not the first major public health emergency mankind has encountered. It will certainly not be the last. Countries must stand united to fight this battle hand in hand. COVID-19 has dealt a severe blow to the world economy. Since the outbreak, global supply and demand has both plunged. International travel and trade has been facing restriction, and global industrial and supply chain have been under severe strain. There is a risk that it might evolve in the more severe recession since the Great Depression of the last century. Currently, many countries are bringing their economies gradually back on track, but an overall recovery for the world economy remains a daunting task. COVID-19 is a test to a global governance. In face of the unprecedented challenges for our time, mankind needs unprecedented solidarity and cooperation. This is very true in epidemic response, and this is also true for economic recovery. It means countries must uphold multilateralism. However, some countries are doing the opposite. COVID-19 has reminded the world that all mankind belongs to a community with a shared future. Solidarity and cooperation are the most effective weapons to win the battles against the virus. The more difficulties and challenges we face, the more we need exchanges and cooperation in order to build up consensus and strengthen confidence. The more misgiving and doubt we encounter, the more we need mutual understanding between different civilizations in order to draw strength from others and achieve common progress. In face of major challenges of COVID-19, I'm like to pose this question: do we remain open or hide behind closed doors? Do we embrace cooperation or descend to confrontation? Do we build bridges or erect walls? Do we pursue win-win results or play the zero-sum game? These questions test the wisdom, reason, and sense of responsibility for every country in the world. The world is experiencing profound changes. However, I am proud to say that Southeast Asian countries and Japan ties remain unchanged in the following aspects. The global and strategic importance of this relationship remains unchanged. We both have our shoulders the important mission of safeguarding world peace and development. Our countries have also had close communication and coordination on major international and regional issues. We have contributed to the political settlement of hotspots issues such as the cross-border countries and many more. Such effort has provided more stability and certainty for the region. The mutual appeal of our culture and the fact that there is so much we can learn from each other remains unchanged. We should be proud of this. Southeast Asian countries and Japan differ in history, culture, social system, and development stage. But our history and culture are both time-honored and splendid. Recent years has witnessed close exchanges and cooperation between our countries in the area of education, culture, science and technology, youth, sports and tourism. This has enhanced mutual understanding, promoted cultural integration, strengthened the bond between our peoples, and will ultimately enable us to carry on our friendship from generation to generation. Going forward, our countries could adopt a more inclusive attitude and broader vision, transcend differences in our culture, and tear down the ideological fence. We should enhance understanding for each other culture and development path, deepen exchanges and cooperation in all areas, and become a shining example of open and inclusive exchanges and mutual learning between different civilizations. Now let me turn to the third part of my speech and explore whether and how we can achieve greater progress in our relationship. As you are aware, young people are often the most affected by the consequences of the pandemic. However, young people are not only victims of the COVID-19 crisis, but they may be the huge part of the solution to it. Traditionally, Decision-making in leadership generally relies on historical experience. In addition, this pandemic would not be the last pandemic that runs around the world and affect us. So we need to build resilience in order for us to shape the future, achieve greater progress in our relationship that we want, and to avoid exacerbating intergenerational inequalities. Several steps need to be taken and strategies together to focus on protect young people and children, build resilience, involve young people in the solution to the problem caused by the COVID-19. And I'm proud to say that this has been the way forward led by the Ministry of Youth and Sport also nowadays by our beloved Yang Berhormat Menteri Belia dan Sukan, our Minister of Youth and Sport, Datuk Sri Rizal Marikan, in leading this very critical time to actually have young people in the whole problem to be solved, to look into their solution to actually making a better life for them during this pandemic time. We have so many huge opportunities that lies down for the young people in terms of building and creating job opportunities, for example. The COVID-19 pandemic is disrupting every aspect of people's life in unprecedented manner. It has causes negative impacts on young people, and there are many issues that we must be concerned about, such as the domestic violences, economic issues, and social issues. I do hope that many leaders would pay more attention to embracing young people, not embarrassing, yeah, to embrace young people. I'm sorry for that. Therefore, local government in Southeast Asia and Japan should do some action together to deal with this condition, such as to maintain connection with young people, tackle the spread of inaccurate information, for example, debunk myths, confront stigma, and the most important thing is to engage young people in all steps of COVID-19 response and recovery. People of different ages, however, are experiencing its effect in different ways. Young people express concern about the toll on mental health, for example, employment, disposable income, and education. While the trajectory of the pandemic varies across countries, most governments in all countries around the world have implemented social distancing, confinement, and social isolation measures to contain the spread of the virus. In this context, youth organizations express greatest concern about the impact of COVID-19 on mental well-being, employment issues, income loss, disruption to education, familial relation and friendship, access to reliable information, as well as limitation to individuality freedom. We need to stand ready to engage all the relevant parties in constructive dialogues in an open environment, candid, inclusive, and cooperative attitude, and based on equality and mutual respect. However, we strongly oppose smears and accusations based on arrogance and bias. For instance, again, the Ministry of Youth and Sport Malaysia recently also has introduced Malaysian Youth Volunteers Vaccine Mobilization, or MyVac program, an initiative to support the COVID-19 National Immunization Plan in cooperation with the Ministry of Science and Technology. This is to help the mobilization of the immunization plan in all 600 vaccination administration centers, or what we know in Malaysia as VACs. MyVac is responsible as a movement of volunteers to reach out to those communities that has limited access to gain the access to vaccination, and VAX will provide it across Malaysia in terms of support. And this is going to be actually shouldered by the young people in the cooperation with Ministry of Youth and Sports. So this is in line with our ongoing initiative initiated by our Minister, the Honorable Datuk Sri Rizal Marikan, as I mentioned, to create another effort for community empowerment through volunteerism in empowerment the community to actually abide and full abide to the SOP, for example, and to be seen as a supervision very close at the grassroots. Ladies and gentlemen, prospect of future well-being, international cooperation and solidarity are major concern in the long run. Therefore, for us to shape the future we want, I do sincerely hope that our conference today and the roundtable discussion provide us with useful insight to contribute the post-program, particularly in highlighting how the global issues of COVID-19 can be measured and aid effectiveness. I'm very proud that SIC or SEAYP International Conference 2.0 addressed this. SEAYP International Malaysia, together with Ministry of Youth and Sports, International Youth Center, and IYEO, has worked hard to promote dialogues and exchanges between the Southeast Asia country and Japan to enhance cooperation across the board via this conference. I believe you have made significant contribution to better understanding and deeper trust between our countries through this very timely platform. As I quote from the President of the People's Republic of China, President Xi Jinping, said, "In a closed room, you run into a wall and can never get anywhere. But if you open the road under your feet, will become wider and wider from that point." We should make full use of existing channels, such as SICO today, initiative, and engage in constructive discussion on issues of common concern. I'm confident that with the concerted effort of both sides, Southeast Asia countries and Japan will emerge from the pandemic with stronger relationship, broader cooperation, and deeper friendship between our people. And I would like to take this opportunity to actually thanks and heartwarming thanks actually to all our panelists and also the Yang Berhormat, the Honorable Minister Khairi Jamaluddin for participating in this CICO 2.0. In many means, also my deeper thank you to all and each one of you who has actually involved long before this CICO stages. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I hope for the conference will be a great success. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dato' Dr. Haja Wasita. Your continuous support toward the development of youth nowadays is highly appreciated. Thank you again. With that, the second SEAYP International Conference 2021 is officially officiated. To continue with our event today, let us listen to an expert talk on a very interesting topic by a very interesting figure all the way from Maldives. So ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker will share with us today on After Effect, Youth, Climate, Peace and Security. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Zaid, the Vice President of Asian Youth Council. Please welcome.
Yeah, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to first of all thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to say a few words on the after effects of COVID-19. And also I would like to welcome all the young people attending this conference. Actually, they are the people who is going to be shaping up our region as well as the world and their own capacity in their countries. It is very interesting to see that quite more than 100 young leaders are attending this conference and listening, and then spending their holiday this weekend, Saturday, early in the morning. Here in the Maldives, of course, it's only about 8:30 in the morning. And I have been listening to the previous speakers as well. And it is very interesting to find out or to listen to the earlier speakers, and especially the opening speech by the Youth Ministry. And in my presentation, I will not take very long time, but I would like to highlight on the what had happened during the tsunami, especially for the young people. And then there's this lot of global surveys and studies that have been conducted. And also I would like to emphasize a little bit more on what had happened in the Maldives, or give a little bit glimpse of what Maldives is, or the small and the beautiful country in the South Asia. And I would like to make some recommendations to the governments of our regions to help especially the economic empowerment of the youth, who is going to be contributing to the peace and security, and also the shaping up the future of our countries. So therefore, I will not take much time, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. So let me start by saying that there are these surveys that are conducted in 90 youth organizations in different, like 48 countries. And that has shown up, actually, like all of us have experienced one way or another, the effects of COVID, either economically, psychologically, and it has actually slowed down the future plans that we all individually and as countries that we have, and making and compelling us to change the way we live, the way we thought about our lives, the way our countries were trying to shape up our world, our countries, and especially on economic and psychological effects that have actually impacted us is great. And then we are lucky that, unlike other pandemics in the past in the history, that the world has come up with vaccinations, like what I heard in the last speaker, that Malaysia has started. In the Maldives, we have started, and then almost 100,000 people are already vaccinated. And the effects and the crisis that has basically, it has affected very much on our education, especially I'm talking about the youth, the employment, the mental health, and the disposable income. And also people who are actually young people who are studying, have not finished studies, they are in a confusion right now. The studies show that they're in a confusion. What job do I have? What do I do in the future? What opportunities do I have? But I tell you, all the young people attending this, don't lose hope. It's only in your hand. You can actually start like innovative ideas, and then continue our lives. Probably it's going to be much better if we take control of our lives, rather than getting frustrated and then getting disturbed by what has happened. Think positive, and we will go ahead, and we will definitely be able to do this. But one thing that studies have found out, that the most of our young people is going to shoulder, or the burden of the COVID is going to be on the shoulders of the youth. But that burden, we have to, especially the youth organizations, we have to actually pressure or advocate to the governments some of the recommendations that I would be making today to do that, and then get ourselves involved and engaged with the governments and the society to ease the burden that we have to share because of the pandemic. As we all know, the governments have tried, and there are accusations. Since I'm speaking on behalf of the AYC, Asian Youth Council, I also would like to highlight to the young people attending this conference, and also officials, government officials, especially from Malaysia, attending this conference, that it is very much necessary that unless the governments have the political willingness to help the young people, the future, the shape, it is going to be very difficult for the young generation to come out of the effects of the pandemic. So it is the governance mechanisms, the social norms, social structures, social programs has to be rethought and reformulated with engagement of the young people. Let me also then again in that case come back to the Maldives. Let me give a little brief of the Maldives. Is a very small a small country which has only about 530,000 people. People living in 187 islands, and roughly about 38% of the population lives in the capital. When I say capital city, it is also just about 2 square kilometers. Very small city, which is called Male. And then we have our economy basically depends very much on tourism. Like what happened during the pandemic is that we have to, like many countries, like Malaysia and all of our countries, we have to shut down our borders, and then the whole economy went like blank, and we were locked down, and then no tourists coming. Our economy is like 30-40% of economy was down. I wouldn't want to go into all the details of what is there, and then I think the participants later on read about what Maldives is. We are a very, I would like to highlight here, we are a very low-lying country where the climate change is affecting us. Where the highest point in the Maldives is about 3 feet above the sea level. We just imagine it's about 3 feet above the sea level. The highest point in the Maldives. We have no mountains, no rivers. It's only the very low-lying islands. Of course, it's very beautiful. You should all come down and visit us when it is possible. So basically with the tsunami, the impact, like I said, it's about 34%, 30 to 40%. Our tourism industry went down, and then economy likewise went very badly. It was hit. So let me come back. Just make it short enough. Come back to the impact that has happened. Like tourism, there was 66.40%, 4% direct effect on tourism. Transport, it was like more than 12%. Construction industry, 13%. And so basically we have all in the Maldives, all of food and fuel is imported. Everything, almost everything is imported to Maldives, and then so you can imagine, when our economy went down, and then everything has to be imported. All the borders were closed down, and then the effect of it was very bad. You can see the report, the statistics below the link that I have given. Like I said, in 4 decades of our tourism industry, we have actually we have to close down, and then with the closing down of resorts, like 50% of the employers in the resort are basically youth, and then it was very badly affected to them, and then then the question is, what did the government did to help them? Like, as you can see, what Maldives did to help youth is that there was like $300 to $1,200 they were getting income as, and then there was the disruption. The resort boys or the resort youth who are working in the resort didn't get enough money. They have to come back. They were, some are stuck in the resort, couldn't go to the island, and then there was no income. And then government decided that they will be paid directly, and also to help the resorts get a very soft-term loans. And there was like $169 million that was made available to the resort owners to manage their resorts. And then there was also, all the credit facilities that were given to the businesses. 6 months, it was deferred, and subsidies were given to 30 to 40%. All the utility bills were, it was reduced. So in the Maldives, now we have opened up the borders. Any country, anywhere, there's about 20 international airlines now directly flying from different countries, and we have like, our tourism industry is now booming. Starting last November, it has started. We have opened up. And then when you come to Maldives and then go to resort, it's totally, if you have a PCR negative test, and then you go to the resort and you enjoy, the resort is totally separated from the local population, and then you are safe. So that's where we are. And then like I said earlier, I would like to make, these are some recommendations. Maybe we could discuss in the conference, and also individually, individual countries, all the organizations that are attending can help the governments, these recommendations that I'm trying to make. Like, we should advocate and encourage governments to apply youth and international lens in crisis response and recovery measures across public administration. So the government, we should be encouraging the governments to change the way they administer their government, the governments and the programs, putting up a lens of intergenerational lens, giving focus on youth and most vulnerable population in the countries. At the same time, update national youth strategies in collaboration with youth stakeholders to translate political commitment to actionable programs. Basically, we all have probably are experiencing that in many countries you do have youth policies, but youth policies sometimes done by the government itself, very few engagement with the youth organizations and youth. And when it comes to the implementation and the commitments of the governments, there's always a questionable. What I'm advocating, what I'm trying to help understand is, maybe if we have to, with current policies of the youth policies in the governments, would have to be changed with greater consultation with the youth organizations in our countries. That has to be very strongly advocated, and then that needs to be done. And also, we need to track the inequalities and inform decision making, in addition to other like identity factors such as sex, education, and socio-economic background, and employment status. There are there is our organizations, the youth organizations, the youth need to give, in my opinion, a very strong focus on how government is tracking up whether there's any monetary mechanism, tracking mechanism, where the inequalities fall depending on the sex, education, so socio-economic background, and then make sure that there is equal opportunities that is to be that is given to the youth in every country, especially in the rural areas and also vulnerable groups. I think the organizations that are attending, youth organizations attending this conference in each of our countries need to be focusing on to make sure that the governments have proper mechanisms in terms of keeping records, in terms of keeping up records to these facts where sometimes most vulnerable get marginalized. Moving on to the next recommendation I'm making is like enhanced systems that would have better distributional effects of rule making. It's again, you know, when policies, regulations, laws, administrative SOPs are being made, the unequal distribution, national wealth and other opportunities distribution, it actually affects very much when it is not consulted, when there is no proper system in place where the youth is being able to engage themselves in helping the policymakers do that. So I think that's an area also that we need to be focusing in reshaping our world after the COVID impact on especially the youth and vulnerable communities in our societies. At the same time, like I said, you know, the allocation of public resources across different age by using impact assessment, there isn't actually in many countries my experience in working with international organizations like UN and all, it is very much found that many countries, many of our policies are being made with on like facts-based or research-based. Rather, you know, when it comes, especially during political campaigns and all the stuff, you make policies and then it doesn't the resources that are the scarce resources that are available to the nations aren't very much being used to address the different segments of the society. So that's also an area where we actually need to be helping and encouraging the governments to reshape the post-tsunami policies. At the same time, we have also, like I said earlier, strengthen institutions to monitor the consequences on today's young and future generations. When I say that the consequences are very high, as we all agree and we all have experience. It's not only this time, it's not the policymakers, it's not the researchers, it's not the universities that are saying that the impact is high. But each one of us has either one way or another has felt and experienced the impact of the COVID. And then therefore, the role of our NGOs, the youth organizations, youth ourselves, yourselves, there's a need that to help and advocate and pressure the governments to strengthen the institutions that are mandated to shape up, come up with policies that would shape up the future of our young generations in turn our countries. So I think this is also an area where we actually have to go out there and then put ourselves in front to make sure that the people who are in positions who are in positions in power to shape up come up with new policies to address the impact of the COVID, understands fully the consequences and also the betterment of our future. When I say our here, of course, you can see I'm not a young person, but still I see that it is whatever it's going to happen is very much is going to be impacting the youth and the children or the people to come. So we need to be really focusing on strengthening the institutions that need to be monitoring and formulating the policies. Again, we also need to not only the institutions that are to monitor, but also we need to do better coordination among we all see that there is very poor coordination among the institutions in our countries in trying to make decisions that would actually impact on the people's lives, on the future generations, on the elderly, the youth, the most vulnerable societies in the societies. So we need to be actually coming up with policies, strategies that would actually focusing on better coordination and make use of the very scarce resources that are available to our countries, that is being to make sure that it is being used properly and no wastage is less. Unless there's proper coordination and mechanism to implement state policies, government policies, there's a lot of wastage that occurs in our country because there's not much of coordination that is happening and that coordination should be reflecting the concerns and the needs of different segments, especially the vulnerable communities in our societies, especially the youth in particular. At the same time, now this time we have experienced, the whole world has experienced in this 21st century, no country was ready, no country was prepared to address such a pandemic. This should be an experience learned, and then, like one of the speakers said in the past in this conference, that this is not the last pandemic that's going to come. There's going to be hopefully it's not going to happen like this, but then we need to be more prepared. We weren't prepared. Our leaders weren't prepared. Societies weren't prepared. We had no clue. With all the technologies and science and research and everything that are made available in the world, we had no clue how to address such a pandemic. That is why I would say the whole world failed in understanding to address such a pandemic in this modern world. So we actually need to be we in our policy making, in our future, even the NGOs, even the governments, even the society, other groups of the societies, we need to actually be very much focusing on and taking up lessons from the experience of this pandemic, where in future, when something like this happens, the impact is much less. The shock is much less. Otherwise, I think so. When we make our plans, when we make our policies, when we help the governments, when we help the societies, the families, We need to be helping them to understand. For example, there are these cultures where either you don't have or you don't have the habit of savings. So when the tsunami came, when your job is affected, within a couple of months or within a month's time, you ended up in a very bad shape. The whole family ended up in a very bad shape. So we need to be actually focusing on mitigating issues or getting prepared for something like this. Maybe we use more digital tools or data or scientific knowledge. There are a whole range of things that can be done. And then again, in a situation like where we are right now, in a pandemic, in a situation where you actually are looking for, because of the situation, you're just looking for very short-term things, because there's an emergency, because there is loss of job, there's the children not going to school, they are at home, psychological issues, all these kind of issues. So it is human nature in the past, even now, what's happening, that you very much focus on very short-term responses, emergency responses, very short-term ones, with investments giving in like trillions, billions, millions of dollars are being sort of one way or another distributed to help the individuals in countries. But while doing that, we cannot compromise ourselves to utilize all the resources that are available here now, but giving a disadvantage to the future generations to come. In short, we have to actually make sure that we are not using up all our resources in our countries and giving less advantages to the future generations to come. So while formulating and doing our own individual as well as state level policies and strategies, we need to be very concerned about the effect of especially the long-term economic and social environment that is going to be created, that is created with sometimes these kind of emergency responses that we make. So we have to sort of compromise our future and what we have, and sometimes bear up some difficulties to make sure that the future generations also have a brighter and useful future. And so basically, and the other key factor in here is that both the young people, the education, training, like employment opportunities. I think there's some kind of a change the way we look at it. What kind of trainings, what areas in education needs to be focused more. One way or another have changed with the effect of the tsunami, and also what had happened when you are locked down in the families, when you have nothing to do, the domestic violence, and all these have changed. So the future plans has to adjust accordingly. Like I said, in the previous point, we need to ensure there's a better alignment that we make with the short-term emergency responses and the long-term investments that we are doing. And then definitely we need to, the last thing that I would want to say is that we have to formulate a targeted, when I say targeted, it means targeted segment of the society, targeted segment of the state, the targeted segments, policies and strategies to the most vulnerable people and to the youth population has to be made, given a focus on what kind of employment, what kind of training, what kind of education that we want to do, what we want to help the future children, and especially the children that are very prone to domestic violence. So in principle, these are the basic things that I wanted to share with you guys, and I hope that I hope that my talk was useful, and thank you for listening, everybody. And also, before finishing, I also would like to invite all the organizations that are attending here, that we welcome all of you to Maldives in terms of youth exchange programs or discussions with our youth here in the Maldives and the countries of yours. We would help organize this kind of things. Have a good day, and I hope this conference is going to help us all to shape up our future. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
Right, thank you, Dr. Muhammad Zahid, for an eye-opening sharing. So I believe that there's many thing and point that we can learn from Dr. Zahid sharing just now, and we might bring all the points to our group discussion this afternoon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So before we end our opening ceremony, so let's give the stage again to the Citra Jentayu dancer for another round of energetic cultural dance performance to boost up the vibe for today. So without further any ado, please welcome again Citra Jentayu.
ஒழிச்சி புரட்சி மனம் செஞ்சு நீங்க நீரோழி வாழ்க கலப்பு மனம் செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு வரதட்சணைய ஒழிச்சி புரட்சி மனம் செஞ்சு நீங்க நீரோழி வாழ்க தன்னானே தந்தன தன்னே தானன தந்தன தானே 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 தன்னானே தந்தன தன்னே தானன தந்தன தானே.
Thank you to all the dancers from Chitra Jintayu for a very colorful performance. They are very talented kid. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with our events today. Honorable Dato Dr. Haja Wasita, Dr. Muhammad Maliki, Mr. Cik Muhammad Nordin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the end of the opening ceremony. On behalf of the organizer, I would like to thank everyone for your participation and commitment today. Gentle reminder for all the online participants, we are going to start our next session on group discussion at 2 p.m. You are going to have a breakup parallel session based on the respective topic that being assigned to you in advance. Kindly contact our respective working committee if you have any issue regarding that matter. So please also come in at least 10 minutes before the session begins. With that, I will end this session with wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and thank you. To our honorable guests, please remain seated for the next offline event shortly. Thank you, everyone. See you at 2.
Nippon Maru sail in the blue, blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover the day? Can you tell me how long you have gone with the purpose of bringing together your hearts and minds? Nippon Maru sailing the blue, blue ocean, chasing the winds over the deep blue sea. Can you take me with you to the parts of the world with the message of love and peace? Can you take me to nations where caring is only a word to say? If you carry us over and out to the world, there's a chance we can speak to them more. There's a chance we can tell them the world's but a home and the people are family. Nippon Maru sailing the blue, blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover a day? Can you tell me how long you have gone with the purpose of bringing together your hearts and minds? Nippon Maru sailing the blue, blue ocean, chasing the winds over the deep blue sea. Can you take me with you to the parts of the world with the message of love and peace? Can you take me to nations where caring is only a word to say? If you carry us over and down to the world, there's a chance we can speak to them more.
MC for today's. Okay, so before we leave for lunch break, so I just want to give you some reminder. Okay, some reminder, a very important one for our next session. Okay, our next session will start sharp at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. PY. Okay, please make sure that you come in 10 minutes, at least 10 minutes before we start our next session, so that maybe you can just get ready, prepare, and if you have any technical issue, you also can contact our working committee here. So again, I want to remind you, please come in at least 10 minutes before we start our group discussion sessions at 2, okay, at 2 p.m. Then at 2 p.m. sharp. That's why I want you to be sharp because we're going to have something special at 2. Okay, yeah. So just come at 2 and let's see what you're going to have here. All right. So have a good lunch. Okay. Enjoy your lunch and then see you back at 2 here. All right. Virtually. Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks everyone for our half day. So another half day to go. So yes, that's all from me for now. So we will see you again later. All right. So thank you everyone. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you. Terima kasih. And see you at 2. All right. Bye. Stay home.
Stay home. Stay home.
នៅផ្ទះ
Stay home. Di banda. Duduk rumah.
Stay home.
อยู่บ้าน Stay home.
Stay home.
Stay safe, ASEAN.
I have a dream of what I wanna be. I wanna be free. That's what my heart keeps telling me.
Give me your hand, we'll find a way. There are people out there that feel the same. And if we help each other, I just know we can succeed.
We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl.
Come together and share our dream. We'll be among the stars, and we know that it's destiny. We are unity. We are unity.
I do believe, oh, I believe in destiny. It's up to me to make it into reality. Give me a hand, we'll find a way. There are people out there that feel the same. If we help each other, I just know we can succeed. We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl.
Come together and share our dreams. We'll be among the stars, and we know that it's destiny, that we are unity.
No matter where you're from or who you are,
If we can find a common place to be, then we are friends.
we are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. Ooh. We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl. Come together and share our dreams. We'll be among the stars, and we know that it's destiny, that we are unity. We are unity.
We are unity.
That we are unity. We are unity.
Nippon Maru, sail in the blue, blue ocean. Riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover the day? Can you tell me how long you have gone with the purpose of bringing together your hearts and minds? chance we can speak to them more. There's a chance we can tell them the world's but a home and the people are family. Nippon Maru sail in the blue, blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover a day? Can you tell me how long you have gone with the purpose of bringing together young hearts and minds? Nippon Maru sailing the blue, blue ocean, chasing the winds over the deep blue sea. Can you take me with you to the ports of the world with the message of love and peace? Can you take me to nations where caring is only a word to say? Over and down to the world, there's a chance we can speak to them more. There's a chance we can tell them the world's but a home and the people are family. Nippon Maru sailing the blue, blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover a day? Can you tell me how long you have gone with the purpose of bringing together young hearts and minds? Nippon Maru, Nippon Maru, Nippon Maru.
Looking back all the years, all the sacrifice. If you wanna be the best, you gotta pay the price.
You learn it from the very start, just how hard you must try. Cause if you don't spread your wings, then you can't fly.
Look at where you are today. Did you ever think that you would come all this way? Keenly standing in the eyes of the world, hanyalah selangkah dari nyata. Keazaman membara di jiwa, menanti saat bebas merdeka.
When your time comes and your spirit takes flight,
then you reach into your soul and live it with all of your might. And there's no surprise that you're standing in the eyes of the world. Standing in the eyes of the world. Ella, let's go.
Harapan yang pernah terkulai layu kembali segar-megah bawah bayanganmu. Everyone wants the same, just a day in the sun, but sometimes there's
You will love Malaysia
changing you and me. Now as one, living under the sun. Hear the children sing, the hope their voices bring. One ASEAN, one vision, one people we can. Ignited, united, a brotherhood of man. One voice, one rhythm, in harmony we sing. Across generations, one family we stand.
A strength unbound, destined to shake the ground. Bonds entwined, blessed be the tie that binds. A point of a light, sowing peace for what is right. Like the brightest star, let the world see who we are. One ASEAN, one vision, one people we can. Ignited, united, a brotherhood of man. One voice, one rhythm, in harmony we sing. Across generations, one family we stand. One ASEAN, one vision, oh yeah. Ignited, united, say yeah. One voice, one rhythm, come on, sing. Ooh. One family, one ASEAN, one vision, oh yeah. Ignited, united, say yeah. One voice, one rhythm, let's sing. One family, one ASEAN, one vision, oh yeah.
People we can.
Ignited, united, yeah.
A brotherhood of man.
One voice, one rhythm, let's sing.
Harmony we sing. Across generations, one family we
One ASEAN, one vision, oh yeah.
People we can.
Ignited, united, yeah.
A brotherhood of man.
One voice, one rhythm, let's sing.
Harmony we sing. Across generations,
One family we stand.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one.
There are people dying, and it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change.
We are one part of God's great big family, and the truth, you know, love is all we need.
We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making, we're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day, just you and me.
Ooh, send them your heart, so they'll know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free.
The sky that showed us like turning stone to bread. That's so we all
must lend a helping hand.
We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving.
There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day. Just you and me.
When you're down and out, receive the hope and all. But if you just believe, there's no way we can fall.
Change can only come when we stand together as one. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, make a better day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, make a better day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. Let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, make a better day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, make a better day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, make a better day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, make a better day, just you and me. We are the world.
Stay home.
Stay home.
នៅផ្ទះ
Stay home. Di banda. Duduk rumah.
Stay home.
อยู่บ้าน
Stay home.
Stay home.
Stay safe, ASEAN. I have a dream of what I wanna be. I wanna be free. That's what my heart keeps telling me.
Give me your hand, we'll find a way. There are people out there that feel the same. And if we help each other, I just know we can succeed.
We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl.
Come together and share our dream. We'll be among the stars, and we know that it's destiny. We are unity. We are unity.
destiny. It's up to me to make it into reality.
Give me a hand, we'll find a way. There are people out there that feel the same. If we help each other, I just know we can succeed.
We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl.
Come together and share our dreams. We'll be among the stars, and we know that it's destiny that we are unity.
No matter where you're from or who you are,
If we can find a common place to be, then we are friends.
we are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. Ooh.
We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl. Come together and share our dreams. We'll be among the stars, and we know that it's destiny that we are unity. We are unity. We are unity. That we are unity. We are unity.
Nippon Maru, sail in the blue, blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover a day? Can you tell me how long you have gone with the purpose of bringing together your hearts and minds? Nippon Maru, sailing the blue, blue ocean, chasing the winds over the deep blue sea. Can you take me with you to the bows of the world with the message of love and peace? Can you take me to nations where caring is only a word to say? If you carry us over and out to the world, there's a chance we can speak to them more. There's a chance we can tell them the world's but a home and the people are family. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue, blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover a day? Can you tell me how long you have gone are bringing together young hearts and minds. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue ocean, chasing the winds over the deep blue sea. Can you take me with you to the parts of the world with the message of love and peace? Can you take me to nations where caring is only word to say? If you carry us over and down to the world, there's a chance we can speak to them all. There's a chance we can tell them the world's better home and the people are family. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover a day? Can you tell me how long you have gone with the purpose of bringing together young hearts and minds? Nippon Maru, Nippon Maru, Nippon Maru.
Looking back all the years, all the sacrifice. If you wanna be the best, you gotta pay the price.
You learn it from the very start, just how hard you must try. 'Cause if you don't spread your wings, then you can't fly.
Look at where you are today. Did you ever think that you would come all this way?
Keenly standing in the eyes of the world, hanyalah selangkah dari nyata. Keazaman membara di jiwa, menanti saat bebas merdeka.
When your time comes and your spirit takes flight,
Then you reach into your soul and live it with all of your might. And there's no surprise that you're standing in the eyes of the world.
Standing in the eyes of the
world. Ella, let's go.
harapan yang pernah terkulai layu kembali segar-megah bawa bayanganmu. Everyone wants the same, just a day in the sun, but sometimes there's only room for one. Never ever been so near. Now the chance is finally here.
Malaysia truly Asia. You will love Malaysia now and forever. Different races everywhere. The soul of Asia is surely here. This beautiful Malaysia. You will love the colors of Malaysia, where the sun loves to shine on sandy beaches and clear waters with smiles on friendly faces. This land is beautiful, it steals your heart away. This land is paradise, only a smile away. The soul of Asia, the essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true, Malaysia. Malaysia is truly Asia. People smiling everywhere.
time has now begun. Open your eyes and see the change in you and me. Now as one, living under the sun. Hear the children sing, the hope their voices bring. One ASEAN, one vision, one people we can. Ignited, united, a brotherhood of man. One voice, one rhythm, in harmony we sing. Across generations, one family we stand.
A strength unbound, it is destined to shake the ground. Bonds entwined, blessed be the tie that binds. A point of a light, sowing peace for what is right. Like the brightest star, let the world see who we are. One ASEAN, one vision, one people we can. Ignited, united, a brotherhood of man. One voice, one rhythm, in harmony we sing. Across generations, one family we sing. One ASEAN, one vision, oh yeah. Ignited, united, say yeah. One voice, one rhythm, come on, sing. Ooh, one family, one ASEAN, one vision, oh yeah. Ignited, united, say yeah. One voice, one rhythm, let's sing. One family, one ASEAN, one vision, oh yeah.
People we can.
Ignited, united, yeah.
A brotherhood of man.
One voice, one rhythm, let's sing.
Harmony we sing. Across generations, one family we
One
stand.
ASEAN, one vision, oh yeah.
People we can.
Ignited, united, yeah.
A brotherhood of man.
One voice, one rhythm, let's sing.
Harmony we sing. Across generations.
One family we stand.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one.
There are people dying, and it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change.
We are one part of God's great big family, and the truth, you know, love is all we need.
We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making, we're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day, just you and me.
Ooh, send them your heart, so they'll know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free.
The sky that showed us
So we all must lend a helping hand.
We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving.
There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day. Just you and me.
When you're down and out, receive the hope and all. But if you just believe, there's no way we can fall.
Have realized how change can only come when we stand together as one. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day, just you and me. We are the world.
Stay home.
Stay home.
នៅផ្ទះ
Stay home.
อยู่บ้านเด้ออยู่โรงพยาบาล
Stay home อยู่บ้าน
Stay home.
Stay home
Stay safe, ASEAN.
I have a dream of what I wanna be. I wanna be free. That's what my heart keeps telling me.
Give me your hand, we'll find a way. There are people out there that feel the same. And if we help each other, I just know we can succeed.
We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl.
Come together and share our dream. We'll be among the stars, and we know that it's destiny. We are unity. We are unity.
up to me to make it into reality.
Give me a hand, we'll find a way. There are people out there that feel the same. If we help each other, I just know we can succeed. We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl.
Come together and share our dreams. We'll be among the stars, and we know that it's destiny that we are unity.
No matter where you're from or who you are,
If we can find a common place to be, then we are friends.
we are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. Ooh.
We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl. Come together and share our dreams. We'll be among the stars, and we know that it's destiny that we are unity. We are unity.
We are unity.
Destiny that we are unity. We are unity.
Nippon Maru, sail in the blue, blue ocean. Riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover the day? Can you tell me how long you have gone with the purpose of bringing together your hearts and minds? Nippon Maru, sailing the blue, blue ocean, chasing the winds over the deep blue sea. Can you take me with you to the borders of the world with the message of love and peace? Can you take me to nations where caring is only a word to say? If you carry us over and out to the world, there's a chance we can speak to them more. There's a chance we can tell them the world's but a home and the people are family. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue, blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover a day? Can you tell me how long purpose of bringing together young hearts and minds. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue ocean, chasing the winds over the deep blue sea. Can you take me with you to the ports of the world with the message of love and peace? Can you take me to nations where caring is only a word to say? If you carry us over and down to the world, there's a chance we can speak to them all. There's a chance we can tell them the words were the home and the people are family. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover a day? Can you tell me how long you have gone with the purpose of bringing together young hearts and minds? Nippon Maru, Nippon Maru, Nippon Maru.
Looking back all the years, all the sacrifice. If you wanna be the best, you gotta pay the price.
You learn it from the very start, just how hard you must try. 'Cause if you don't spread your wings, then you can't fly.
Look at where you are today. Did you ever think that you would come all this way?
Keenly standing in the eyes of the world, hanyalah selangkah dari nyata. Keazaman membara di jiwa, menanti saat bebas merdeka.
When your time comes and your spirit takes flight,
Then you reach into your soul and live it with all of your might. And there's no surprise that you're standing in the eyes of the world.
Standing in the eyes of the world. Ella, let's go.
Harapan yang pernah terkulai layu kembali sekemegang bawah bayanganmu.
Everyone wants the same, just a day in the sun.
But sometimes there's only room for one.
Never ever been so near. Now the chance is finally here.
Welcome back after lunch. Kamu dah makan ke belum?
Malaysia now and forever. Different race.
Ya, jom kita let's rock.
The soul of Asia is
All moderator facilities bagi masuk key sound.
this beautiful
Let's rock the stage.
Malaysia. You will the sun loves to shine on sandy beaches and clear waters with smiles on friendly faces. This land is beautiful, it steals your heart away. This land is paradise, only a smile away. The soul of Asia, the essence of Asia, You will love Malaysia now and forever. Different races everywhere. The soul of Asia is surely here. This beautiful Malaysia. You will love the colors of Malaysia, where the sun loves to shine on sandy beaches and clear waters with smiles on friendly faces. This land is beautiful, it steals your heart away. This land is paradise, only a smile away. The soul of Asia, the essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true, Malaysia. Malaysia is truly Asia. People smiling everywhere.
Hello, hi, welcome back. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and welcome back to Zico 2.0. Okay, so I hope you guys, all the participants, you guys have your lunch already, all right? And then I hope you guys be patient for a while, because our team here, our working committee, they are in the middle of preparing your breakout room, okay, for your group So no, you won't see me in this session. For you just I'm going to disappear soon. No worry. And while waiting for your room being prepared, I'm here. Okay. So I walk through what is with you. Hello, testing 1 2 3. Okay, sorry. Okay, apologize for the slightly technical problem here. So can you hear me? Okay, by the way, I can see directly the chat box now. So if you chat anything, so I can directly see that. Maybe I can read it out loud here. So just want to double check. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Am I loud enough? So can you hear the audio? Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Chu Bun Cheng. Thank you, Randika Dwi Putra. Thank you, Izzat Zaid. Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yep, thank you, IPY38, Hamdi, Hilman, and yes, everyone. Yes, thank you. Okay, now I feel good because I know that you can listen to me. All right, so before we start our next session, breakup session on group discussion. So let I share with all of you what we're going to have after this, okay? All right, so after this, all of you will be divided into 5, okay? So our committee already tried at our best to accommodate your request based on, yes, thank you, our boss, Cik Nordin. So, because Cik Nordin, thank you for able to hear me. Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. Let's go back to our business today. All right. So after this, you guys are going to divided into 5 groups. Okay. Then you're going to have your discussion. So there will be a 5 group, which is economy empowerment group. Second, mental health education. Third, transformative education. Fourth group will be food security. And last but not least, our 5th group will be after effect, youth, climate, peace, and security. All right. So don't worry, because each group will have facilitator in your group. So the facilitator will guide you, will facilitate you throughout the group discussion. So then we also have moderator in the breakup what you call it, sorry, breakup room for your group discussion session. Sorry, because I just had my lunch, like very, very delicious tomato rice. All right, thank you IYC for the good lunch. Okay, guys, actually you can wave your hand, you can say hi, like, because everyone can see you. So now you can wave your hand. You can open your camera on your PC. Yes, please say hi to everyone. Hi. So maybe you can see your ex DG mate, cabin mate, SG mate. All right. So all the way from Singapore, I can see here from Singapore, from of course Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Laos, we have Brunei as well. Oh my God, I really miss Pasar Gadong, Pasar Malam. So I really hope we can cross the border soon, because I used to go to a lot of Brunei's wedding before. All right. Then yes, we have also from Vietnam, from Japan, from Indonesia, Singapore, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. Yes, thank you everyone. Thank you, Philippines. Thank you, Thailand. Okay, all right. So I hope you guys be patient a bit. So we're going to, okay, yes, I got the signal already. So your room, your breakout room already ready for you. All right. So now next, I'm going to do some very simple trick magic. Okay. I will count, or you together. Let's count together. 5. In 5. After we finish our counting, there will be a box that will pop up on your screen. then you just need to press join. Okay? Once you press the join button, then I will disappear and you will be in your new world. All right? In your breakup session. All right? Then you will come back and see me again. Don't worry. I will still be here for you guys. All right? Okay, team, are you ready? Ready, team?
Yeah, ready. Yeah.
All right.
Ready.
Good. Okay, let's count together in 5, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enjoy your discussion, guys. Have fun.
Thank you.
Bye. See you later. Okay? Bye.
Bye.
Yes. People started to disappear. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so if you are still here, then don't worry. We're going to assist you. Okay? So let's see first. Yes. So you're still here. You're not supposed to be here. Okay. So team, kindly assist them. All right. Be patient, guys. My team will best. My team will do their best to assist. Okay. Don't worry. You will be sent to your breakup room soon. Okay. Don't worry. Okay, gang. All right. My team's yes, preparing. Maybe yes, there's some technical error there, but don't worry. They are managing for you guys. All right. So yes, team, if you can have a look and then yes, maybe there's something wrong with the setting. Yes, don't worry. So be patient, guys. Shortly, I will be disappear for a while. All right. Okay. So give us like few minutes. No, maybe few seconds. Okay. All right. My teams are working out for you guys. Please re-invite me again into food security from Austin. Okay, from Austin. Please re-invite again. My connection timeout. Okay, yes, no worry. Yes, okay. Will do. Be patient. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? So, yes. Okay. You need to wait for a bit. All right. Bit more. Okay. No worry. Don't worry. We are here to assist you. Don't worry. Our time at because you can just only see me, right? But actually in front of me there's like numbers of my team member who are actually working for the system, for the technical part. So don't worry. Yes, boss. I'm doing my job now. Okay. Noted. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. While waiting, actually, you can just tag anything if you want to communicate with me, so I can maybe I can answer your question, or I can read it out loud, so that yes. We have tag from Nas Boysan for food security. Okay. All right. My team's notes. Take note on that. All right. They are working out for that. And then Ayana Akita, please send me to use peace and security group, After Effect group. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Team, take notes. I still can see. Too bad. Too bad, Zol. You still can see me. No worry. My team is going to assist me soon to make myself disappear from you for a while. All right. I haven't got invitation for food security as well. Fadilah Rahma. Okay, team, please assist Fadilah. All right. And then, yes. Not a reminder, it's just yes. All the best to all. Don't forget to wait for our special our special performance at the end of our event today. So yep, trust me. you won't miss that. All right. So make sure you stay until the end. All right. Sanjay, hi, transformative education for me. Thank you. Will do, Sanjay. Please invite me to transformative education. Kaizura. All right. Okay, team, please take notes. Who else? Nariko. Okay, Nariko. Please invite me to mental health education. Thank you. Welcome. We'll do soon. All right. Yep. Team, the screen. Something. Maybe you can check to clear up the screen. Right. Cheong Pui Yok. Transformative education. Okay. Noted. Myself in After Effect group. Okay, noted. Mental health education. Noted. Marsha. Right. Okay. Yes. Noted. Yep. All right. Yes. Yeah, I'm back again. So hold on. Apologize for any yeah, you just click later. I think you just click later. So if not, we go into the yes, the breakout room. All right. Technical? Yes. Yeah, they are busy. Yes. They are very busy back there. All right. So yes, I wish you can see, but yeah, it's okay. No, later. Yes. If join, then I will join the group. All right. Okay, hold on, yeah. Please patient. I really apologize for the shortcoming. So we are managing the issue now. So yes. Okay, it's okay. No worry. So we will try our best to assist all of you. Okay. Alright, keep on posting, keep on chatting on the chat room so that our technical person, our committee will know your issue, then they will assist you immediately. Okay, sorry again for any delays. Yeah, because we have so many participants now, so many participants with the issue. Okay, no worry. Yep. Austin again. Okay, guys, please assist Austin. All right. Okay. Be patient, guys. So we have how many people here? Yep. We're going to. Yep. Okay, be patient, guys. So keep on type or chatting if you have any issues. So yes, so our committee will take notes, all right, and then assist you immediately. I just need you to be a bit patient. All right. Okay. We have few more to go. Right. Jaws, please have me transferred to the economy empowerment discussion group. Okay. I'm supposed to be in food security. Okay. All right. So yes, team, please take note. Kindly assist them. Okay. All right. Economy empowerment. All right. Economy empowerment as well. All right. Okay. Okay, Yana Akita, I was invited to economy empowerment, but mine is youth, peace and security. All right. Okay, guys, please. Sorry for that. No worries. We're going to assist you. All right. Okay, no worry. I will be here until all of you gone. Okay. Yes, no worry. Okay. So hope you guys enjoy this today session to the conference. So, yep. Yes, I'm here again. I'm here. I'm still here. All right. Please. You guys, be patient. All right. So, yep. Few more to go. And someone keep on coming back. All right. Okay, guys, can please assist Austin here. Need transfer to food security. Yes, sure. Hold on. My team going to assist you soon. All right. Yes, JJ Coronel. Sorry if I wrongly pronounce your name. Please climate After Effect. Okay, After Effect. Please, team. After Effect. Okay, will do. We'll assist you shortly. Be patient. Okay. Sorry for any inconvenience. I apologize for that. Right? Yep. Okay. I wish you can see how busy my teams are right now here. So yeah, please be patient for a while. Okay? No worry, we're going to assist you until the end. Yep. Just be patient. Okay? Okay, guys. You just like keep on chatting if you have any problem. So our team back there will assist you. Okay. So just anything, just update here or chat here. Okay. So I will leave you now because I need to go somewhere. I have something to do. But don't forget. I will come back. Okay. I will be back. All right. So enjoy your discussions, and for those who still not yet inside the breakout room, keep on update here. Okay, so don't worry, my team will assist you. All right. Okay, guys, so see you later. All right, bye. All right.
Problems you all are facing in your country. Probably this is a good platform for you all to discuss. So it's open discussion, so you all can discuss among yourself. Yeah, we can guide you.
I think definitely that all of you all have gone through or listened to Dr. Nazrul this morning. So it's the best to follow Dr. Nazrul opinions or his presentation. You can follow it as your guideline.
I don't know, Doctor, can I ask some of the participants?
Sorry, Doctor, yeah?
Yeah, can I ask maybe one or two participants from overseas? And the number of COVID-19 infected with the general population in Japan, Thailand, Indonesia, compared to Malaysia. From there, we could find out exactly whether we have a common platform to speak or not.
Yeah, agree, Dato'.
Anything from Japan? Probably. What is the number now generally nationwide?
Do we have from Japan?
Anyone from Japan? Yeah, I think I saw here.
We do have Noriko.
Torizuka. Are you there?
Is it sister?
Hello, Miss Noriko. I think she's there.
Yeah. Can you tell us slightly the background, the condition of COVID-19 in Japan, then followed maybe in the Philippines, Indonesia, and how do you combat it? And from there, we have some general perimeter guidelines to discuss the general issues that affect the younger generation, the mental problem. We know we have about 800, does not reach 1,000. Yeah. You get me? Everybody get me or not?
Hi, Bang Dino, I'm back. Do we still need me? Shall I open, or somebody is opening the Google?
Yeah, Wayne opened the Google Docs, but I can't access.
Oh.
Yeah.
You have to we're doing requests right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says access denied.
Yes.
How do we
They request send. No.
Maybe Wayne can just open the access to everybody.
Yeah,
so that
okay, I
no
need
need for
change.
you to approve each and every person.
Change access.
Hi, Dino.
Hi.
Maybe facilitator and moderator, could you please maybe share with us in terms of our structure for our session, maybe about the timing, how much time do we have, and after what period of time we will stop and finalize our ideas?
In the from beginning, because we have 31 participants for this group, I thought I want to do a breakout rooms, and then you go to the four topics, and then we discuss focusedly in one topic. It's like if we have four groups, and then you can go to like after match for as a youth, for after match in the climax. What we hope we get. Pardon?
Oh, sorry. Can you access now?
All right. No, you can try access, and then maybe we can go after half an hour. But now, actually, we're not that much participant. I think we just go through one by one from youth, climax, peace and security, and then
support everyone who have problem and issue during the pandemic. Is it okay? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Can we hear from Abang Kamar?
Yeah, I'd like to add, in Malaysia, unlike in the Philippines, we don't have much problem with the transportation of the food. I mean, the supply chain and everything. The problem is that during the pandemic, we have people lose their job and there's a little demand. So there's one case in Cameron Highland where there's a lot of vegetables that were unsold, and then they have to throw it away. So in Malaysia, even though we are not 100% agriculture country, partially, but the demand during the pandemic is not there. Okay, hopefully post-pandemic, when people try to work again, and then there's a demand, there'll be the supply chain will not disrupt. Same goes with people who's in the fishery industry. There's no demand, so the fishermen cannot go to the sea and catch a fish, and that disrupt their income. So this is the problem. Hopefully, we can work together and see how to go about creating a demand for this food supply chain. Okay.
Hi, hello. Thank you, Sheikh Amar. I think I want to add on regarding the agriculture. I've read some regarding there's a senior research associates have mentioned that actually during this to say about food security that have to do with agriculture, actually farming is a very good alternative for food security.
Hi, Chitang.
Hi.
I'm an engineer working in Panasonic in Malaysia. I'm from R&D background, so we are doing research and development. So in a way, it's still like an educational job for me. So I think that's all for the introduction.
Thank you. Definitely. Thank you, Harizura, for joining us. And then I think we also have, in fact, we have the latest batch, I would say, two later batch. One is just now Arif, and then Bona. So Bona, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, I'm Bonaventure. You can just call me Bona. I'm from SSEAYP, the newest batch, which is last week, batch 47. We just finished last week, and now I'm joining Cisco 2.0. I'm a third year mechatronic engineering student. I actually have no educational background, so I was quite shocked that like most of you are actually teachers. So it's maybe heart pumping moment for me. That's all from my end. Thank you.
Well, you're university students, so definitely you will be able to share more on your insight as a current university student, which we needed so much for our discussion later. So thank you very much, and we pray for the best for Bona and Arif, who will be able to selected as a PY for the future SSEAYP, and then having the real ship experience. Okay, so before we start our discussions, I will once again invite Kak Aliati. Do you have anything to share with our participants?
Sorry,
Now it's good. Now it's good. Perfect, Kak Aliati.
Okay. So for today, we have we will do some discussion. So all of you need to discuss about this topic, and then we will choose before 3:15. We will stop at 3 o'clock, and then we will choose one representative from this group to compile and make some conclusion, and then we'll the one of you will present your group presentation around 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay. So if you all have anything, any question, you can ask. You can ask.
Okay. Yeah. So I will do the grouping now.
Yes, please.
Action plan B, and then from 3:15 to 3:15 we will come up with a resolution. And with that,
Give me a second.
a representative of our group.
Okay, there are many people, more people coming in.
hope so that timing is quite okay. So
Farid, do you want want them to introduce themselves? Arisha.
more ideas, more
Can? Yeah, Arisha Arina. Can you introduce yourself?
just typing just publish your ideas quickly. And yeah, we will discuss about
Okay, while we're waiting for Satya to create us into a separate group, if we have Arisha to introduce yourself first.
Hello.
Yes, hi.
Can you start with others first? I want to set up my video first.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Because everyone is done introduction.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Never mind. My name is Arisha Arina from Malaysia. I'm from SSEAYP, maybe 46.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Okay. Next, Hoshina Abe. Can you introduce yourself? Yeah.
Yes. Hi. Hello. My name is
Hi.
Hoshina Abe. I'm from Japan.
Okay. Actually, we not hear from Japan yet. The initiative from the government taken to solve the economic issue for young entrepreneur during the COVID-19 pandemic. If you have in mind what are those initiatives have been taken from your government to solve the issue, maybe you can share to us.
Sorry, your question is relating to a startup?
Yeah. I mean your government initiative to help economic development to the young entrepreneur during COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay. In Japan, the government doing of course doing a financial assistance to a big company, to middle to small startups, of course, and also they improving participation of women to company, and then want women to empower the economic and they got an organization and the companies.
Okay, right. Satya, can we?
Yes, Farid.
Can we separate the group?
Okay. I think we have a problem in delegate the groups. I can create a breakout rooms. So since we have only 12 of us, I think we can generally discuss about us over here.
Okay,
for
sure.
the topic.
All right. So the topic is
some of the lecturers don't understand and with the situation of their students, and sometimes you need to send your assignments on time, but maybe the students face so many problems, especially their parents don't understand why you need to learn in online medium. Instead of you learning in online medium, you need to do some of the housework. You need to take care your brothers, sisters, and you need to do some housework. So they cannot focus with their online learning. So I think maybe I don't know what about another country lah. Yeah, my opinion.
Hello. Salam sejahtera. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. I have another picture view. Okay. First of all, we only have 1 hour, right? So that means our 1 hour has to be hooked up for the subsequent days. Follow up. We come up with something interesting. Okay. So I'm just giving you an analogy. The big picture. Yeah. Water maybe can be seen by Marina as a science student is H2O. But for IPY45, it's energy, because you are in science energy engineering. So turn the turbines, steam, turn the turbine, generate the same water. Another person from the kampong would say, I minum air hilang haus, just to quench the thirst. And then if we meet up with this so-called Bruce Lee, he would say,
like water, my friend. You know, be persistent and hit, and you can break the rock. So one single matter of mental health can be seen and appreciated by every of you if we were to look at this in the bigger context. That is the first key first. Therefore, from there on, once we know there is a need for that big picture, the solution is also the big picture, then we follow more programs or more follow-up between us informally, maybe in WhatsApp group, then we come up. So therefore, I think now involvement of each. What we can do in 1 hour is come up with jigsaw puzzle. That means maybe Marina can come up with 3 jigsaw puzzle, and then another one, Depression or Norjana can come up with 2 significant jigsaw. That is not mentioned in the first one. Therefore, once we have that, then we assemble. This is where I come in. I'm an ecosystem developer, and if you were to see one of the big issue now, okay, this is Malaysia. So this is just merely a symptom. When I show this paper, it doesn't mean that is the matter. It's just a symptom. So what we have been talking about are all about symptoms. What we have not gone into the root cause. Enable us to see the big picture. Everybody send in your jigsaw, significant jigsaw that meaningful to you. Put it up. Then we can summarize for today's session, 1 hour. From there on, we know there are continuity of the subsequent, what we can do to fill up all the frame that we come up with. That's how I look at it. So I think everybody can chip in the way we.
And I would like to inform all of you guys, we shall try to avoid upon all those political or sensitive issues. Thank you so much, guys.
For the security, I think that vaccine passport and the COVID-19 passport are really essential to the travel restriction and many accessibility. But yeah, due to the data limitation and accessibility, Indonesia hasn't optimized the travel passport. I think that this is a new issue of security and safety since this COVID-19, because before this pandemic, we never thought about this kind of security perspective. But now, after the pandemic, I guess that we have to reconsider this as part of the safety and security measurement in every country, especially ASEAN. We have a lot of travel destinations. We are famous for the tourism destinations, and yeah, I mean this will affect the
policy. I think the policy is good to discuss about the post-COVID because government can change the policy. Maybe give lowest tax for the land to be used for agriculture. And from my experience, our Ministry of Agriculture and have proposed to give small micro financing to small agropreneur or maybe some villages who have land but didn't have fund to grow the plant. So our MAFI, Ministry of Agriculture, have started that plan, and during our pandemic, so they give little interest, small interest, or low interest for any woman or to join as agriculture and start in small scale. So everything need to be start in small scale so they can better grow. So I think it's about the policy. So government should change a little bit about the policy to uh, and maybe to why to support all the villages to work to start plant and from small scale. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's one of good idea. Like some people can do urban farming, backyard farming. That's what can their own generation. That's some good idea that can be suggested. Next, any other ideas? I will come. What are strategy? What are the idea that you all can be collaborated to give like our neighbor countries, everything work together?
Yeah, I think like instead of giving ideas, maybe you guys can share what in your country practice that can be shared among anyone and every one of us here today.
Well, in the Philippines, if there's one benefit that can be taken out of the pandemic, it's the proliferation of Viber groups, smaller communities in using Viber, selling food directly, meaning from the farmers straight to the buyers. So if we can take that to a higher level, to the next level, wherein the farmers have more access to the market and eliminate the middleman, then that would be better. If we could create a better platform for that in the other countries in Asia, then that would really be a good help for the farmers to alleviate their poverty, especially at this time.
Yes, Bevi, that's actually a very great idea because you're saying that it's more focusing on into a smaller community in where like in each of the smaller community where the farmers goes to the buyers directly, and this actually can secure in each of communities of the countries. Like let's say in Japan they have divided by prefectures, so each prefectures cover their own prefectures. So in each of the prefectures have their own smaller community of farmers, like to at least every in each of the in the countries are actually secured. So that's a great idea that we can actually apply in our country. Like for Malaysia, we are divided by states. So we are divided by states, and then so sorry, we are divided by states, and then in each of the states, the small farmer can actually help each other. Like we have like different maybe rice, vegetables, or maybe animals. Like yeah, that's a great idea. I think any one of us need to at the end of this discussion, we have another 15 or maybe like 20 minutes to choose one person to have to present what we have discussed today that we can suggest for future.
Before that, can we hear from each and everyone, like those still keep quiet, like Miss Aswandi, can we hear from you? Austin, Arti Caroline, Miss Lindy, please put up your opinion and let's make a good group work. So can we hear from you?
Hello, yeah, this is Austin here, so I'm not sure if everyone can hear me.
The pandemic.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you, Porter. Okay, so maybe I'll share the Singaporean perspective. So similar to what everyone has already mentioned, naturally during the main COVID-19 season towards between March to July last year, we also had to have lessons at home. So we had the home-based learning concept. So naturally the engagement level was going to be very low because some of the students, when they are at home and they don't physically have a teacher beside them, you actually have no idea what they're doing. Maybe they are looking at a computer, but on their phone, they are still texting their friends and so on. However, I think the whole COVID-19 situation has actually allowed our young students to be more resilient, to be more open-minded towards embracing such challenges. They are naturally digital natives, so they are, from the day they were born, they are using an iPhone or an iPad, and they are so used to technology. And it was a good time for teachers who have not grown up in that generation to also go and learn new technology and to see how they can use it to engage with their kids as well. Some positives that I also experienced during the lockdown period when the students were at home was the ability to teach students with greater engagement, in the sense that instead of 40 students looking at you, now it's just one student facing you in a way, because he or she is not distracted by her friends and stuff. They just have to focus on you, and then they can engage with the lesson better. We also have found some positive ways to use technology, just like what Eddie has mentioned, not just on social media or wasting time on entertainment, but now they know that how they can use it for education. And 20, 30 years later, when these students are the future leaders, actually they may find many more positive ways to use technology. Particularly for the Singaporean perspective, we are a small country, and the government is able to support us in certain ways. So initially, to overcome such challenges, they were planning for the year 2028 to distribute learning devices to all students, such that every single student will have a learning device. So this plan was established 2 years ago. The target was 2028. However, due to COVID-19, the government restructured everything and changed it to, by the end of 2021, which is this year, a big 7-year jump that every student, every secondary school and junior college student will have a learning device or an iPad, for example. So they channel all their budget towards this because they see this as a pandemic and they don't want education to be
encouraging young people to venture out, and whether it's digital, whether it's face to face, according to the local health protocols. I think that it's very vital that experienced entrepreneurs will get to mentor young entrepreneurs as well. In terms of economic development amidst the pandemic nowadays, there are disadvantages, but there are also opportunities. So I think our experienced entrepreneurs should come up with a mentoring system to encourage our young entrepreneurs to spend their time wisely now that work from home is encouraged, now that other sectors of industries have been discouraged from going out and doing face-to-face transactions. So I agree that digital marketing or a digital kind of MSME kind of entrepreneurship should be encouraged. Actually, not just among young people, but in entirety as a whole as well.
Yes, correct. Actually, what you said just now is the mentoring system. This is really need to be done from the entrepreneur. I mean, from the expert entrepreneur towards us, because like us, young startup, we are just new startup. We don't have more knowledge about business actually. So we really need the mentor who is experienced and to teach us in the business field. I want to hear from Malaysia. Anyone from Malaysia want to say few words? I mean, what's your idea beside government initiative, your own initiative? I mean, or your own idea. What can we do to overcome our our stressness, see, our issue, youngster now, because we COVID impact a lot of people, especially us. So for you, what do you think? What can we do for Malaysia? Yes,
Hello, Farid.
anyone? Yes,
Farid
Pavitra.
here. I would like to share some points on that. Yeah. In regarding of this, how to help new upcoming startup entrepreneurs or the one that currently existing in the economy. post or pre-COVID, I would suggest that a basic education of business and entrepreneurship should be given, or the programs for basic education of business should be provided by governments. In some cases, there are many courses that are being provided by the government. For example, in Malaysia, which is in Human Resources Development Fund, they are providing online courses where we can simply register for the courses and we can get knowledge about business and basic stuff, as Satya mentioned earlier, as business model canvassing and how to generate revenue and that sort of things. But then it's about how the education or how the initiative that has been initiated by the governments is reaching people, and how the entrepreneurs or the new SME, how can they get this kind of information from the government. I think normally when doing business registration or something, we normally provide our email address to them or reading in any application. But then, is our email address, is that effective? Like most of the time, email address is just a criteria. But then it's actually a big network where the government initiatives or the government fundings that where they could actually market their events or market their programs through their email address, so that most of the new entrepreneurs, they can be connected in the same platform where everyone can be reachable through an online platform where they can learn many things. Do you get my point? As in, I'm saying that there should be a platform where where all of us get to know the programs or the events or the initiative that's given by the governments that could reach the small entrepreneurs. Yeah.
Sugan, you have anything to add on this?
Okay, my point, okay, as we discussed just now regarding the online marketing. Okay, in Malaysia, actually, we're very famous for online marketing, like Lazada and a lot of websites.
Question regarding it's like under security, it's like once for Alvin, it's like strengthening food security. Won't it be like, what's the word to use? Since there's another group doing food security, is it okay for us like to even to also present about it?
I think you can. Huh? I think yes, we can because in the term of security, maybe we can't just focus on the security of national security, but we can also talk about food security, youth security, whatever just relate into the security. I think yes, maybe we don't go deeper as a food security, but yes, it's like how we in this group can also thinking about that.
Maybe it will possibly open the possibility of collaboration with the food security group as well, right? Maybe.
Yes, yeah, sure. That's why if you think we need to have the one platform to merge everyone in one platform, yes, let's do it.
All right. I also have an addition to the topic of peace, in which you can see elaborate all nuclear weapons. I think we should have a little bit justification on that, on how we are going to do that. Actually, I think it's something, very important. How are you going to eliminate all those nuclear weapons from all countries? So yeah, it's not an easy task. So it's being realistic. We have to have some knowledge, attitude, and practice towards it. Thank you so much.
Whoever put the point in the peace column is like no peace anymore. It's really heavy, right?
It's a very heavy statement there. From all countries, how are we going to do that? So Del is speaking something, but I can't hear.
All countries.
Yeah, because I guess like France, US, North Korea, they don't want to do that, of course. I mean, even though we try to pursue through the diplomatic way, of course, it's hard because they have their own policy, they have their own direction and their own perspective on nuclear weapons.
Yeah, it's like a symbol of power.
Yeah. That's right. like show off their countries as well.
Yeah, yeah.
In the political level.
Yeah, just like a leverage.
Maybe one maybe in future you are the guy or a person who will say, as a Jason, we have a memorandum to make sure all the country, yeah. But eliminate is like one word, is a very heavy word.
It's a heavy word. It's like equivalent to destroy, get rid of. We're not at that level yet.
All right, the Charles said we have only 15 minutes. So how we want to put or gather in one slide, or we want to just show this slide, this Google, or you want to convert from this word to the slideshow. Yes, we need to summarize.
And not to forget, we will also be electing a DG representative. So we would like to open up to those of you who are with us here today. So any of you who are willing to just put in your name, or you can open up your mic and just tell us your name and also that you will be our DG representative. Thank you. But the best thing is if we could summarize those points that we have listed out here, I think it would be the best way for us. Thank you, guys. And also, if we look at strengthening the PDPA Act, I think it would be great if you could just let us know how are we supposed to strengthen it. Are there any amendments that we should take into consideration for us, or are there any better ways for us to strengthen the PDPA Act? Thank you. As it links with the cybersecurity, so it's really important.
Me alone. So I do the trainer. If there are people that need to pick up how to do that, because once you have that color, you use a normal pen, whatever they say, you write, and then but that idea of putting it together, meaningful picture of jigsaw, that is the one that you have to pick up along the way. If you have that charisma to be assert, that means you are the person that can play that role as well, to be the mapping inventor, so called.
And what do you plan to solve?
Go ahead, Izzat.
Yeah, to solve
because I'm wondering, like, if you're actually talking about giving treatment, or you know when you want that the mapping to happen, who are you referring to? Who is the one who did the mapping, and who is the one who's seeking for the help? Are those people with mental illness, or yeah? So I'm still wondering what.
All right, the mapping driver is the psychiatrist 5.0, so called. Okay, so they will come up with this together with the person. So because that is his jigsaw, but we put meaning to his jigsaw. We lead them to understand the jigsaw. Why? Because there are things that they thought all the most of it are all symptoms, not the root of cause of the problem. So therefore, once they already have, that means that person is able to handle that level of task. We don't give them solution that we think is suitable, because for them tak mampu. Seadanya dia tak mampu, they cannot use your solution. Therefore, what we do is we read between the lines, understand that person. With that mapping, we say, okay, does this mapping make sense to you? Is it too deep? Okay, then we put it lower sikit, slowing down. So it depends on that person. It's very uniquely customized to that person on that mapping structure. Mapping is generic. Therefore, that mapping is the one that we have, that so-called we means we are the one that train the trainer, that able to come up with who are the one that qualified to play that role.
I see.
Can I?
Yes.
I'm slightly puzzled. Yeah. I'm slightly puzzled. You see, now we are handling masses, meaning to say a big population.
Yes.
You have a good idea of handling personally, individual, but we are now handling a big group.
Yes.
Population.
Okay.
Now,
Show you a big group that we can
let me finish first.
Oh,
Okay?
sorry.
When you handle a big group, say about 2,000 people affected today. How you do it, you see?
Okay, big group we have done, as I shown just now. In a group, this is the solution. That means each of them going to throw their jigsaw. That means at the end of the day, the group will come up and say, hey, this is how I look at the water. This is how I look at water. So that has been done before. It's already in bahasa Malay, we call it telah menjiwai in ourselves to come up with that mapping. So if you were to say 5,000 people, we know what needs to be done because assemble in big hall, 5,000 people come in, all right?
So Fadila Rahman. So everyone can give your input.
So maybe we can look into our chat room. So
Can you still mute, Liana?
Sorry. So I think we can actually discuss in the chat room to refine all the inputs that we have discussed.
Dr. Echo mentioned earlier about the problem of stunting. I think Southeast Asia is ranked number 3 in the world in terms of regions, wherein growth stunting is prevalent, especially among those very poor. How do we address this? Can we come up?
All right. I would like to share some because I'm a clinical dietitian, work in hospitals. So actually, stunting stunting was actually come from the pregnancy itself, the pregnancy. So the nutrition that the mother received was actually very important, played a crucial role that affects the infants later. So that's why we have to combat, means that food security also influence the mother intake. So sometimes what the mother received during the pregnancy was not nutritious enough, and then that will affect the infant, the newborn later. So how we can combat the stunting is actually from the beginning, means that what the mother consume. So like Dr. Tanish has mentioned just now, not just to combat food security means that everyone receive the food, but is it nutritious or not? That's when we can combat the stunting, malnutrition. Yeah, so it's actually very important. So basically, the adults have to receive a very nutritious food to combat all this.
I think it goes with the poverty level of the mother, of the pregnant mother. If she cannot afford, nutritious food, then definitely she will have a baby who's not going to be as healthy. So how can we have a campaign or?
We have 5 minutes left.
Okay, for that is another thing we have to see the economically and the politically of the country where the poor people coming from. Okay, if like only from small village means, then we can work out. If the country itself affected with that, it's it's a national international issue that need to be go by under United Nations, if I'm mistaken. Sorry if I wrongly stated it. So if maybe a family is very poor, then the neighbors and people around the NGO can work together to help the poor mother to give a nutritional food. That is a measurable and practical things that we can do.
All right, so we have another 10, maybe 9 minutes actually. 9 minutes before our session ends.
So Fadila, you prepared for presentation with all points and let's rock it.
Okay, I was just sum up the points that we are. So I was just made a little draft, but I don't really need to make a presentations, right? Like it just told, right? Okay.
Yes, you just share what you have discussed later.
Yeah. So like the main point is the challenges that the regions from Japan and ASEAN's face about the food security, and also the policies that we are brainstorm. I also put some points, and also about the some initiatives that we could suggest to tackle the food security issue. So I'll just it's a little bit main points that we're going to talk.
So I think we are almost done earlier compared to other groups. Everyone clear? Everyone okay with what we discussed today? And let's do some final wrap up. Everyone stand up. Just for fun. Okay. Let's do. Those who missed earlier, we can have fun now. With our countings. Everyone okay? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Woo! Okay.
I think everyone can unmute and then we do the counting together.
Yeah, we do the sounds with the all the sounds. Okay. Okay. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Thank you guys for being so kind.
Time until we will automatically redirect to out of this room.
All right.
Maybe we can have a group picture. Who's taking? Okay. Let Liana will take the group picture. Everyone be smile. No need to touch up makeup.
Okay, maybe everyone can turn on the if anyone can turn on the video. I understand Austin cannot, but it's okay.
The
rest who wants to turn on the video camera can do so that we can take picture. Are you guys ready?
Okay, Kalian. Damia, your face not so okay.
Than keeping it to themselves. I think these two things is very important. Yeah.
Can I just I like to continue. It's very interesting from that point of view. Just a one.
Few minutes. Less than 1 minute, Mr. Rolagi.
Okay, let's say you come up with the first grand program. Give them empowerment. Don't help them. Give them empowerment first. You say you as a human being, you are like driver and the vehicle in one. That means the soul and the body. So learn to drive your vehicle. This is where we come in. That is the summary. Once you empower that, they will drive their own journey to whatever they want to be. You know.
Doctor.
Okay.
Doctor, let me have 1 second. I think we have derailed from the actual subject. Now we should be on back of COVID-19. 70% of our youth suffering from facing their future. Now, the jigsaw that he has in hand, good, but we are talking about the masses. I believe Izzat may agree with. We are talking about the masses. Now, I also agree with the so-called jigsaw.
We have 5 minutes anyway.
Sorry?
We have 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
We have to elect among you, no? To eligible for the next session, for the larger session. Datuk can continue, but another 1 minute only.
I said
I'm sorry.
We have already derailed ourselves from the actual subject. Now we are talking about COVID affected 70% of the youth suffering from depression, facing their future. This is the thing that we should be addressing. These are the things that we are talking about. Okay, talking about. Then, of course, the depression may develop through unemployment, may develop through education, what you said just now, and then may develop from family breakdown, all sorts of things may develop because of we have to focus on that in order to know exactly what we have in hand. Asia, yes, But what about
Dato? We have to limited our time now. We have to select one of you, and maybe among you to
Can I suggest
represent for
something,
the
Doctor?
next legislation.
I think we all have given a very good input in this. Can we select Izzat Zaid? He's given a lot of inputs.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I
he's
agree.
the best person for the bigger session.
Yeah, I think as a Yeah, I
I
also also
do
agree with
Since from a
Izzat.
psychological background, and she
Yeah,
has
psychological
chosen to
background.
more discussion for the bigger session. Thank you.
Okay.
I agree also with you.
I seconded.
I agree with this also.
I agree in that.
Me too.
So everyone agreed?
Yes.
So
Yes.
Izzat, right? Izzat Said. So Izzat Said, we will have we will have a group presentation where all the 5 group will be presenting their topics for I think less than 5 minutes. Once breakout section over at 3:15, you will be going to the larger group. So meanwhile, you can still discuss until you will go to the larger group. Thank you.
So now still ongoing, our discussion? Still on?
Yeah, you can still on. No issue.
Yeah.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Sure, please.
This is actually what we did back then. It was an activity called staying in but not falling out. So the purpose is to actually reconnect with your family, friends, and relatives. This is because actually we are forgetting the main principle of mental health, which is support. So in order for you to know whether they are experiencing any problem or not, usually you must build some kind of trust between them. So the easiest way is to encourage everyone to approach their family and friends, ask what and how they are doing. So especially if you want to target the masses, it needs to be like a program or something called like back then we did the similar thing, which is buy Malaysian product or buy locally. Like now, because of COVID, we are domestic tourism. So when we slap with this thing, a brand name, everyone will want to participate. So for me, this activity, it allows your family, friends, and relatives to express to you whether they have any problem or not. Because sometimes when you are too occupied with your problems, you don't really see a way out. And sometimes you are waiting for someone to actually ask how you are doing. So this activity was done by our group, and it actually got some support in terms of, because it doesn't require one type of platform. Because like in Japan they use Line, like in Malaysia we use WhatsApp. So it's a simple act of asking how and what you are doing today. So this was done by us, and we got some positive reviews, and actually some people started opening up because they didn't really expected that someone would ask out of the blue how they are doing. So I don't know whether this helps or not, but my intention is to inform that in order for people to talk about mental health awareness, like Izzat said earlier, it's supposed to be based on support system. So the easiest support system is your family, friends, and relatives. Thank you.
Interesting point right there. Maybe I would like to add on another than adding on like a platform. I would suggest, like, since we have a very wide area, so I believe that accessibility for help is very important. So as what I can see, like in Malaysia, we have done like a free hotline for psychological health, free. So it is accessible not only from urban area but also from rural area as well. So and then after that, another problem that I can see is that we are still lacking of a number of psychologists and also psychiatrists in a particular area. So maybe another solution that we can suggest is that to add the number of psychologists and psychiatrists in a particular area, especially in suburban or rural areas. And And other than that is, I believe, I agree with Izzat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and welcome back all the participant, facilitator, moderators and speakers. So we hope that you guys had a very fruitful sessions, even though in a very short time. We really hope that your finding from the group discussion session in the respective topic will be significantly useful for everyone in moving forward. Before we proceed with the group presentation, I would like to introduce our panelists who are going to give his feedback after listen to all the group presentation. Our panelist for today is Mr. Julfitri bin Johar, the President of Malaysian Youth Council. Accompanied by Mr. Cik Muhammad Nordin bin Ismail, the President of SSEAYP International Malaysia, Kabesa. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are lucky enough today to have two Mr. President with us for this specific session today. So, okay, without further delay, before that, let me check with my team first. So, are they ready for the group presentation? All right. Are they ready, the representative? All right. Okay. Seems like they are ready. So, okay. Without further delay, I would like to invite the representative from group Transformative Education, Mr. Ryan from Philippines. So do we have Ryan here from Philippines, from Transformative Educations? Yes, so we're waiting for the signal, okay? So please bear with me. Ryan, do we have Ryan? Yes, okay, we have Ryan here. Okay, Ryan, so the floor is yours. Please welcome. Okay, Ryan, you can start. You can start now. Yep, with your presentation.
COVID-19. Thank you very much. I am Ryan Banyaria from the Philippines, representing the group Transformative Education. We had a very, very fruitful discussion about the situations that every Asian nation and Japan is facing. We had concluded that the COVID-19 pandemic redefined the delivery of quality education in the whole ASEAN and in Japan. It forced our educational leaders and classroom teachers to think of novel ways of teaching the students. The health outbreak paved the way for our education departments and ministries to embrace novel ways of learning and teaching the students required in the fourth industrial revolution. The education sector in the ASEAN have undergone significant overhaul. The teaching workforce had been very strategic in keeping up with the demands of the pandemic and also with the fourth industrial revolution. I had heard from the discussion that almost all of the teachers had find it hard to adjust during the first months of the pandemic. They are always asking, how am I going to deliver quality education despite the difficulties my students in the rural areas has been undergoing? But then the countries embrace the opportunities needed to prepare the students for the challenges. They also have, I mean, the government also had significant policies related to education, which is geared towards developing learners to be adept in facing the demands of the pandemic and also of the future. Students were taught how to learn by embracing modalities like online, asynchronous, and synchronous. Teachers were also trained. There is also some realizations that even a country like Japan, which is technologically advanced, also had difficulties that most of the countries like the Philippines had faced. educational practitioners are necessary, but we also mentioned that the presence of parents is crucial at this point. It seems that the education in the ASEAN is now under embracing new innovative ways, and maybe our classroom will be like mini Silicon Valleys, where the classroom will become a place that fosters creativity and empowers students to use their learning in finding solutions to complex problems. Upon checking, this pandemic is not just about health issue. This pandemic is not just about education issue. Most of us are teachers, but in the discussions that we had, I had realized that this pandemic is also about economic issue. And thank you very much for this chance to represent this group, because I was so indebted to learn from the challenges and opportunities that you had shared. Thank you very much. I am Ryan from the Philippines, representing transformative education.
All right, thank you, Brian. Thank you, Ryan from Philippines. So next, I would like to invite representative from group After Effect, Use, Climate, Peace, and Security. So please welcome Brian Christian from Indonesia. Brian? So do we have Brian here?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello, Brian. Hi, are you
Yeah.
ready?
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Yeah,
for
sure.
presentation of group After Effect.
Okay, all right.
Thank
so
you.
My team is going to assist you.
Yeah.
Are you able to share your screen now?
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Yes, yes. Now I can see your screen, Brian.
Hello.
All right. Okay. Are you ready?
Right.
All right.
So yeah.
All right. Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, please welcome. The stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you. So we are from the group After Effect. So this group has a variety of topics of discussion. It includes peace, youth, security, and climate change. But this group focus on the after effect of COVID-19. So this is a pandemic that we didn't expect before, and it happens right now. So we need to think about the solution and the method or approach that we can use after this pandemic. So we divide it into youth, peace, security, and climate. Yeah, I'm sorry the display is like this. It is still a lot of raw ideas. We have a lot of amazing discussion, and we put it all together here. So as you can see, we start from the youth, which is with the keywords as organizational experience, career opportunities, and digital transformation. So youth nowadays, they need organizational experience and career opportunities enhancement in order to tackle this kind of issue, because a lot of unemployment, a lot of issues have been faced by the countries of ASEAN and Japan regarding the youth development because of this COVID-19. Let's say just Ryan said, that the education has an issue because of this social distancing and also a lot of lockdowns in these countries. So I guess we will need these three things, these three keywords to solve those problems. And digital transformation in youth perspective is one of them, which is let's say the implementation of online platform and online education. That's one solution that we can offer in this youth development. And if we go to the peace sector, we have, this is still a lot of raw ideas. Like we know that our Asian neighbor right now, Myanmar, is in trouble, internal trouble, internal issue, internal conflict. So we want to, let's say, advocate diplomatic persuasion, like through petition or through diplomatic persuasion for the peace in Myanmar. And about the nuclear weapon is also still very a raw idea that we are not sure that this can be implemented directly or roughly like that. But in terms of peace, this is one of the serious topics to be discussed. We as the part of ASEAN community, we will work hand in hand to bring the peace in ASEAN and Japan. Of course, because our mission in SSEAYP are about friendship and mutual understanding. So peace is one of the solution and is one of the part of mutual understanding. Okay, so after the youth and peace, we go to the security. Security nowadays, after the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, not just about the terrorism, but also about the measurement about the safety in travel. Like when you travel to other countries, the security measurement isn't just about terrorism, but also about, are you vaccinated? Are you already, your country already safe from the COVID-19 outbreak? Something like that. And the vaccine passport that we use upon crossing the border for the travel restriction is one of the solutions that we can offer. Again, this is related to the digital transformation that we offer about the data accessibility. So each country can, let's say, can access and they have the ability to know if this country or if this passenger already safe from the COVID-19 or considered secure from the COVID-19 outbreak, something like that. We also have something linked with the food security group, which is the change of mindset of youth consider farming as an occupation, because as we know that ASEAN is famous for its agricultural sector, and so that's why we need to develop more food producers, which is essential to the development of youth and development of economic in ASEAN. Again, with the cybersecurity, this is along with the digital transformation, and the last one is the climate change. This is also will be affected after this COVID-19 pandemic. There is a suggestion of more investment in renewable energy, the fossil energy, electric vehicles, which is currently famous right now in western side of this globe, but which we try to implement this gradually in ASEAN community as well, if it's possible, and if it's possible to be persuaded like that. And yeah, again, we also need to address the mental health education, about the mental health condition of this change of climate. They said that we are tropical countries. We have a lot of heat wave and very high temperatures. So it has an effect or influence to the behavior of some individuals or behavior of society regarding the climate. So I can say that this group, after effect, youth, peace, security, and climate, a lot of things that we discuss here, and various ideas. But the closing remarks or the conclusion is as simple as we are grateful for the presence of SSEAYP, of course, as the SSEAYP alumni. It is a sign and evidence of sustainable cooperation between Japan and 10 ASEAN member countries. We are here to promote friendship and mutual understanding among youth. And I guess that the aims have been achieved with the hope that it will be improved. We are now here as an effort to continue the precious legacy and goodwill that have been established by the SSEAYP alumni. And because of this ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, there will be no SSEAYP, of course, after this historical consecutive 46 years of program. But we as the SSEAYP alumni, we are the XPYs. This is a good initiative. This is an excellent effort to continue this multilateral program through a series of virtual conference. And they will be aimed to be a platform of sharing ideas and insights among Japan ASEAN community. And we really hope that this potentially will produce other collaborative programs and activities related to the COVID-19 pandemic or the after effect of COVID-19 pandemic. I guess from the group of after effect, that's all that I can address related to this. If there is any feedback or there is any misperception, please let me know. Please let us know. We will try to explain it in our continued platform after this. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Brian from Indonesia. So actually your presentation is very comprehensive. So thank you for that. All right, so next I would like to invite representative from group Food Security. So please welcome Fadilah Rahman from Indonesia. All right, do we have Fadilah?
Hi.
Yes, Fadilah, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me well? Yes. Can you
Okay,
hear me
hold on.
well?
We're waiting for the visual from Fadilah. Yes, okay. Yes, Fadilah,
All right.
please welcome.
Thank you for the time, and thank you to the group of the food security and the facilitators, as we have a very substantive and lively discussions. So here I would like to sum up and provide the highlight of what we have discussed in the group. There are two highlights of our main discussions, which is the challenge of the food security issues in the regions, as well as the recommendations to tackle the issues post-COVID that we recommend. So the first one is that there are 4 challenges that we found in regards of the food security. The first one is the food access within the country and also the regions. Second is the food shortage because of the uneven distributions of the food. Third one is the high rate of stunting in the regions, which links directly to the poverty and the access of the food for the family. And the last issues is, as well as regards of the quality of the food, which is the access to the nutritious food, is also an important point to the of the challenge in the food security issues. So what we can do in our group, we believe that everyone can actually take part in the solutions, but also, of course, we need an integrated policies to tackle such issues, mainly in the points of the food access and also the food distributions. So there are 3 points of the initiatives that the government can do, and also the community and individual can take part to tackle the food security issues around the regions. The first one is the food productions. So we could do a better agri-tech and biotech adoptions. For examples, for the best practice, there's already a lab-based meat productions, which is one of the best practice in Singapore. Second one is the microfinancings of local producers, local farmers, empowers the food insecure families to grow, to cook and also eat beneficial foods, and to offer opportunities for the food-centered education and community engagements. Encourage the educating rural communities for the food productions, and also the having a like urban farming community, for example, if it's in the city, to encourage the hydroponics productions. And the third one, the last one is the improving advocacy and also community initiatives. For example, for the best practice, in the southern Philippines, there's already an advocate called, I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong, it's called Tipit Tanim Challenge. It means that conversations and growing of the food at the household level, which links to the advocacy recommendations. The second one to tackle the food distributions issue is to have a marketplace to connect the local producers within the local areas to the local consumers in the regions. The second is to use technology in making the agricultural products easily marketable. And the third recommendations could be to provide a database of the context of the people and info about the farm producers to directly link to the farm productions to the consumers within the region. So that's the third suggestions for the food distributions. And the last suggestions to tackle the food consumptions is one is to have a conscious consumptions and proper handling, particularly on the nutritional compositions of the educations to the community, and also to educate the better engagement to improving the quality of the food, not only to eat Maggis or like Indomie all the time, but also the quality of the food should be encouraged and educate gradually toward the community and also the families. So that's the sum up of our discussions. It was a very lively and substantive discussions. Thank you so much. That's all that we can propose from our group, from the food security group. And thank you. I'll give back the time to the moderators.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Fadila, for your sharing. All right. So next, I would like to invite representative from Group Mental Health Education, Mr. Izzat Zaid from Malaysia. So do we have Mr. Izzat here? Izzat, are you there? Izzat, calling for Izzat? Izzat Zaid. Izzat Zaid
Yes,
from, yes?
I'm here.
All right. Oh, sorry. Izzat, okay?
Yes.
All right, sorry, my fault, my bad.
Yes.
All right, okay.
It's okay.
So I'm sorry, I apologize for that. All right, so I hand over to you now. Are you ready? All right.
All right.
The
Is
stage
it
is
okay
yours.
if I share my screen?
Sure.
Okay, so I'll be.
So are you able
Can
to?
you please enable me to share my screen?
Okay, team, please assist. Is that on screen sharing?
All right.
All
So
right.
thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay. All right. Let me know if you can see my screen. So I
Yes,
did a little
yes.
bit of a PowerPoint here. Okay. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see everyone here. So my name is Izzat. I am one of the participants in International Youth Exchange in 2017 in Sapporo. I believe some of you are also here. So just now we had a very, very lively discussion, me and my team. We have a lot of things to share, and I think 1 hour is not enough, but I'm going to present what we have found and we have suggested in the discussion. So I would like to first begin with sharing the numbers of COVID cases. We started with that to understand what's going on in different countries. So we have from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and Japan joining in the discussion. So you can see here that the numbers of cases that is happening, and I believe in other countries, there are also numbers and death. And I would just like to highlight this because I want everyone to imagine what it's like to be the one who experiences loss or to be the one affected by the COVID. So I think recently, especially we presented some cases in Malaysia. Malaysia has an increase in the suicide level, which is alarming because suicide means a person may have been experiencing some mental issues for a very long time that they cannot cope with. So I'm going to continue with just sharing a bit of definition of mental illness. So mental illness is a health condition. Please remember this, it's a health condition involving changes in emotion, thinking, or behavior, or it can be a combination. So just like our body, we have to take care of our physical health. Mental health is also equally important because like we said, if we do not take care and our mental health is becoming more and more severe, some even went to commit suicide. So that's really, really alarming. So it can be associated with problems, distress or problems in functioning in social, work, or family activities. And why? I'm going to highlight two things that is important. One is risk factor, another one is protective factor. Just like taking care of our physical health, our mental health, there are things that protects us from getting any illness, and there are things that increases the vulnerability for us to be exposed to mental illness. So the risk factors, I believe when COVID happens, okay, it increases by a lot because people, probably a lot of people loses their job, loses their business, lose their family members. Like some of our participants shared that we have stress in online learning. So a lot of stresses is going on, a lot of things that increases our risk to become very vulnerable to developing mental illness. Therefore, that's why it's very important to know, and there are protective factors as well. So I'm going to share a bit where we discuss about mental illness. Some of us talk about how we can protect ourselves by, increasing our spiritual competency, our we can increase by increasing family support. So there are also a lot of things that can help protect us from mental illness. Therefore, we would expect that after COVID, we don't know how and when would COVID end. However, let's hope that it's soon, that the vaccine is here. So the current situation is that there are very high numbers of not COVID cases, mental illness, and what can be done within our community. And this includes from individual level until organizational level. So what can be done? Number one is to increase awareness about mental issues, both to the individual and the society. So if we know that we are experiencing problems with our health, probably we feel like something is wrong with us, we're not feeling as happy as we are, you know, in the past few weeks. So we should do something about it to help us not become more severe. So mental illness is like a spectrum. So you can be a little bit ill and you can be severely ill. So increase awareness about mental issues, knowing what are the symptoms of certain disorder like anxiety or depression or schizophrenia. There are a lot of different types of mental illness. So that's one. And number two that is very important is reducing stigma. I think reducing stigma is important because we would want more and more people to seek help. So the problem when we're scared of what people might think of us, you know, let's say we have an anxiety disorder, and our people in our surrounding, if they know about that, they will think like, oh, this person, we should avoid this person. He's having mental issue. So this kind of stigma that still exists in the society might hinder people from seeking help. Therefore, as a person, we should increase awareness that having mental illness is not a problem. It's not a problem. It's not something to be ashamed of. It's something that you should be aware of and you should go and seek help. And then number three is teaching skills to manage stress or building resilience. So this is actually teaching yourself what are the things that you can do to fight stresses, to fight mental illness. Let's say if you lose your job, or if something bad happened to you, if you get COVID, you know how to deal with that and still maintain your mental health. And this is number four is a very interesting idea that most of us supported, increasing psychological first aid. And this includes professionals, members, and also family members, people around you. So in a country, like in Malaysia, if I could say, the mental health providers and the people seeking for mental health users is not imbalanced. But I don't know the numbers, therefore I will not be saying that. However, increasing psychological first aid, including professionals and family members, would really, really be helpful in reducing numbers of mental problems. And last one, also a very interesting idea put up front, is to develop framework to promote psycho-spiritual aspect of mental health. So I think when it comes to taking care of ourselves, religion can also be a good protective factor that protects us from becoming severely ill. Okay, so all right. This is another specific proposal that I like, especially proposal for peer counselors training programs for youth and other community leaders or mental health advocate. So we train them so that they are able to increase more and more awareness so that people know how to seek help, when to seek help. And also this will increase to make psychological first aid more accessible and reducing the stigma that exists in the society. So who can play this part? On organization level, we have a lot of NGOs that is involved with helping providing emotional support, the government, community, and us as an individual. And I think also what we're doing today, we are continuing to educate ourselves about the importance of mental health. And I hope that all of us who is here when we go back, we make ourselves useful in the society by becoming a mental health advocate ourselves, letting people know that it's okay to seek help, and probably teaching others, giving awareness about why mental health is important. So last but not least, this is an analogy that I like. If a person is drowning, okay, it doesn't matter whether the person is drowning 5 meter deep or 1 meter deep, the person is still drowning and he needs help. And if you have anyone in your surrounding that needs help, please be that help to the person. So thank you so much. All right.
Testing. All right. Okay, apologize. Thing happened, right? So yeah. Again, sorry. Thank you, Izzat. Thank you. So psychological first aid, very interesting. All right. So last but not least, okay. Last but not least, I would like to invite representative from Group Economic Empowerment. So let's see. Do we have Shita here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, okay, good. So let's please welcome Shita from Indonesia.
Well, hello and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me such a chance. So I would like to wrap up some points that we discussed in the group of economic empowerment. It was such an insightful discussion. So regarding of the flow of the discussion, most of us agree when we were discussing about the economic empowerment, particularly in the business, how to encourage the youngster or the young entrepreneur to establish their business. And most of us emphasize the point of marketing. How do we market our products or our goods so it is reachable to the customers? In the midst of the pandemic, we know the pandemic has caused limitation of our mobility, right? And then the pandemic, however, has opened our eyes about the use of the digital technology. That and then we come to the conclusion that if we want to run our business well, then we have to utilize the digital technology. Then how to utilize it? Of course, here we need the support and also the guidance first from government and also from the other stakeholders. So we discussed that government here can give such a financial support or give an aid for the small, medium, or enterprise business, just like what happened in Indonesia. And also, I do agree with Pawitra's statement about what happened in Malaysia, that the government also gives such a entrepreneurship educations. I think we can implement the same in the other nation. Government can in partnership with the other NGO maybe, or in the form of CSR with the other huge related industry, let's say like a startup, to create entrepreneurship education or kind of workshop for the young people. Not only that, not only giving education, but this stakeholder also need to guide and also train the young entrepreneurship to establish their business, as like we do. Actually, we can utilize the network of SEAYP family, just like we did in Indonesia. So SEAYP International Indonesia, currently we look for chances. What can we do in the midst of pandemic? And the way that we can do to cultivate the entrepreneurship is by producing masks that we do recently. So this is not an endorsement, but this is an example of we are doing it right now. Okay, so we're producing the mask, the reusable mask, which is produced by ourselves, and we sold it by ourselves. So we maintain it by ourselves. Actually, this is the other example how to the practical example how to practice the entrepreneurship itself. And also the last, how will our business impactful to the others? We do believe that everybody is affected by this COVID, right? COVID has affected everyone, no matter any background. So we can involve the vulnerable people, yeah, who are affected by the COVID. The vulnerable people that I mentioned here is actually has mentioned by the expert in the initial speech, for example, like the women and also the differently able or the spatially able people who as this far has been marginalized in our society, and they don't have um, they don't have any opportunity to be economic to be financially independent. So we can involve those marginalized people in our business. I think those are the points that we have discussed in our group, economic empowerment. Thank you for economic empowerment group. Thank you for the facilitator for such an insightful discussion. Thank you also for SEAYP International Malaysia, who has facilitated us, who have conducted this event, so we can share our ideas for the better future. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Yes, I'm all right. All right. Thank you, Shita. Thank you, Shita. Sorry, sometime thing happened, right? All right. Thank you again for your sharing. So, again, thank you to all participants and facilitator for successfully reach the mature understanding and come out with the upshot for every topic that we have today. It was amazing. It was amazing. All right. So GOODJOB. Sorry, I can't hear you again, guys. GOODJOB. Yes, good job, good job, everyone. Good job. Give a big clap to all of you. All right. Okay, let's come back. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. All right, while catching up your breath from a very rapid group discussion session just now, so at least, yes, I need to catch up my own breath. All right, I would like to invite Mr. Julfitri Johar, President of Malaysian Youth Council, to share his feedback on the group presentation just now. So without further ado, please welcome Mr. Julfitri.
Test. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good evening. Thank you for the invitation to address all of the participating youth, ex-participating youth of the SSEAYP program, and I'm very glad to be with you here. I'm also indeed part of the Malaysian participating youth in 2004. So I'm very glad to be here and to have an interaction with all the participants in the SSEAYP International Conference SEACO 2.0. And I'm very glad also to hear some of your idea and aspiration just now. You dividing your group into, I think, at least 4 or 5 groups to discuss on certain important topic related to the life of the young people especially, and the fault of the ASEAN in this region. And I also would like to welcome all of you again to our conference, especially our friends from ASEAN region and also from the Japanese counterpart. So brothers and sisters, I'm attracted with this kind of conference. It is very important to have a coalition of mind between the ex-participating youth in SSEAYP in order to find way and solution, in fact, that towards the problem that we are facing right now. And I also attracted with the main theme of this conference, an intergenerational conference, SSEAYP International Conference SICO 2.0. First of all, it is important for us to address the generational gap within our society. And of course, in SSEAYP, in SSEAYP International Conference, of course, we have participants from various generations. So we have, I think, I'm not sure whether we have also, still we have baby boomers in our participating youth in this conference. I'm not sure, but I'm for sure that we have generation from X generation, Y generation, and the most current generation, we call it as Alpha generation. So we have a coalition of mind. Of course, we have to address, first of all, the gap exists between the generation, because every generation in 10 years length of years, they have their own way of thinking, way of taking action, and of course, way of having a perception towards a certain issues. So in this kind of conference, I believe that we have a coalition of mind from a different and various generation that could enrich our discussion. And the most important part, to find a way forward on how to resolve our problem that we endure and we're facing right now, that is COVID happening around the globe, including in ASEAN and Japanese region. So I believe that you already come out with a brilliant suggestion and also ideas on how to improve, on how to find a way out together, because we are facing a same problem and same pandemic. So it makes us creative enough to find a way out and solution for the betterments of a global citizen, especially in Southeast Asia and also in Japanese counterpart. So, brothers and sisters, it's very important and interesting to have a discussion with certain main theme: education, youth peace, climate change, security, mental health, and last but not least, which is also important, the economic empowerment. And I believe that all those themes that has been discussed by all of you are essentially important in the eyes of especially the young people in Southeast Asia and in Japan, because we have almost half of the ASEAN population are the young people. In Malaysia, for example, we have almost half of the Malaysian population are young people. We have almost 14.7 million of the youth in Malaysia, and I believe that same goes to other ASEAN countries in Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, and so on and so forth, and also Japan. So it is important to give way, to give a platform for the young people, together with the adult from the ex-participating youth, to get together and to get mingled together to come out with brilliant ideas to solve this problem. Of course, brothers and sisters, the most challenging part is on how to materialize the ideas, the brilliant ideas into actionable activities and policies. So it is our main challenge on how we can bring all those brilliant ideas, especially in education, transformative education, climate change, food security, the most important part that we in Malaysia should focus on, mental health, also alarming issues among the young people in Malaysia, and I believe in ASEAN country as well, and economic empowerment, to materialize all those ideas into action. So we need tool on how to equip our activists on how to materialize all those ideas into action, into policy recommendation, into policy revision, into policy intervention. So we need tools. We need capacity building training on how to materialize all those brilliant ideas into practical practical ideas and into a policy. So brothers and sisters, we need to equip our young people and our activists with specific skill on how to materialize all those things. So we need, let's say, for example, more capacity building training related to policy advocacy. So in Malaysian Youth Council, for example, as the president, I'm always emphasized to our activists and equip themselves on how, once again, to materialize all those brilliant ideas into action and practical way. So we did organize many capacity building workshop, especially related to the policy on how to ensure that all our ideas being heard by our government, and the most important part is the government take action on our recommendation. So we at one point, I still remember when we did discuss with one of the important agency from United Kingdom, National Youth Agency. They offer us on how to train our young people with a specific module called Hear by Right, and to equip our young people with this kind of training on how to train our young people to bring their issues happening at the grassroots level up into to be heard by the government. So we train our young people on how to bring their issues up to the government, and the government will for sure take their issues into action and policy recommendation. So we have so many ideas. I heard so many brilliant ideas just now, but the most important part on how to materialize all those ideas. And I believe that you are, I think the participants today are influential people in your respective country. You may be a youth leader or policy makers or government officer, or maybe you are, advocate, lawyer, and so on. So you can play your respective role to bring this universal or regional ideas into your own respective countries. And I believe that we need tools. We need the capacity building training on how to materialize all those ideas into action and into policy recommendation, policy revision, and policy intervention. So brothers and sisters, of course, education is essentially important in order to produce an effective citizen. We need to secure two things. The first one, of course, we need a quality education, and we're facing problem when COVID happening last year. So we need to find a new way on how to solve this problem. So I believe that some of your recommendations are useful to bring up into our respective government to ensure that we still can sustain a quality education for the right of the future generation. And the second thing, brothers and sisters, to have a quality health system. So these are two important elements that need to be addressed in order to secure. We have to secure these two things in order to produce or to have an effective citizen in our countries. So education is a must theme everywhere. So in this regard, I would like also to emphasize on not only from the formal sector, we also need to focus on informal sector of education. Formal education we have in school, university, college, TVET, vocational training center, and so on. But we must also to emphasize on informal education, whereby we can find this informal education in youth association. So we need to encourage our young people to participate in youth association, so that we can further equip our young people with informal education as a feeder to the formal education in school and in college and vocational training and so on. So we also face the same problem with an informal education, because we are facing COVID-19 that prevent our young people to go to the school and to participate in youth association activities. But at the Commonwealth Alliance, Commonwealth Youth Worker level, we did discuss to promote two things, brothers and sisters: to promote digital youth activism, to enhance more program as we have today, to get interaction with our young people through internet, through social media, and any other webinar application. And also we did promote a professional youth work, digital youth work, to encourage our adult to get interact with our young people through professional youth work through a digital platform. So education is a must theme, and I'm glad that you did discuss some of the brilliant ideas, and maybe we can take up some of your ideas to be contextualized to respective countries. So another important theme that you already discussed just now that I would like to add further, brothers and sisters, is to, in youth peace theme. I do suggest, in order to ensure that your brilliant ideas to be materialized into a practical action. So I would like to suggest to all of you to enhance more dialogue, at least 3 dialogue to sustain peace and stability in our region, because we are well known to be the land of the birth of major religions such as Islam, Buddhism, Hindu, and so on. So I would like to to suggest to all of you to at least promote 3 kind of dialogue. The first one is interfaith dialogue. So we have to encourage our religious adherent in this region to enhance the understanding and to form a peaceful coexistence between the religious adherent in this region, because we face so many challenges related to religious hatred, to the extreme religious leader that promote violence against the other religious adherents. So we have to enhance interfaith dialogue. I think I have another 5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Chair? Yeah, 5. Okay, 5 minutes more. And the second one, I would like to suggest that we have to enhance more inter-civilizational dialogue to encourage our young people and our global citizens to get interact, to knowing each other from other part of civilization. So we have a great and ancient civilization in Japan. So we have to learn a lot from Japanese side. So we have also a great civilization in Malaysia, in Indonesia, in Cambodia, Laos, and so on. So we have to, to encourage as a mean of practical solution to what we have discussed and what we have suggested just now. And the last but not least is to encourage more intergenerational dialogue to reduce a gap between generation, because we have at least 3 generations that needs to be understood in order to have a good cooperation and combination between this generation in order to develop our nation. And furthermore, brothers and sisters, about the food security, I have another 3 minutes to end my session. Food security, brothers and sisters, is also important in the context of Malaysia. We did mobilize our young people to get engaged to become modern agropreneur. So we would like to produce more young agropreneur in order to secure our food within our countries. And I believe that, and I urge to all of the activists who attended this conference COVID as a game changer, urge us to go back to the agricultural industries, because this is the basic of the industries. So COVID-19 is a game changer to urge the global citizen to go back to the basic industries, that is agriculture. And last but not least, brothers and sisters, it is also important to focus on mental health. And recently we heard from the Japanese counterpart that the government of Japan compelled to establish their own loneliness minister, specifically to address the mental health issues. As what we have in UK, they also have the loneliness minister. And we pray that we shouldn't have in Malaysia to have a loneliness minister. And I believe that this is the role of the youth activists, the global citizen, and the NGO activists to address, because the function and the role of NGO is essentially important to be the feeder of the government and the private. So as a conclusion, brothers and sisters, and I don't want to go further to each of your suggestions, but it is sufficient enough for me to comment in general. But the most challenging part is to materialize, as I mentioned earlier, to materialize all those brilliant ideas into action, into the policy recommendation, into policy revision, and into policy intervention. With that, I believe that maybe we can, I do hope that we didn't our discussion here. Maybe we can have regular meeting after this with all of our counterpart in Asian. We have to utilize our National Youth Council from respective countries. We have Asian Youth Council led by Brother Maliki. So we have to utilize all those youth NGO to further implement this kind of brilliant ideas. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jufitri, for your very constructive feedback, and we hope that it will strengthen our understanding on the topic that we discussed today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So personally, I can see there's a lot of brilliant idea that you guys just found just now during the discussions, and then there's numbers of ideas that have potential to take out and then translate into action. So I think maybe at this point, the next step is how to translate the ideas into the action. So yeah, maybe we can like maybe one of like each of us, we can pick up one idea and try to make it work. Maybe within our society first. Why not, right? And then let's see how maybe we can integrate that idea, and it might be something big in future. Just like again, butterfly effect. I really like butterfly effect. All right. Again, thank you again to all our panelists, facilitators, moderators, crew, and all participants. All right. So I think it's a success. Yeah, based on my personal observation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to have our closing ceremony shortly. So I hope that you can sit back, relax, and keep your head up for the next ceremony very, very shortly. All right, so stay here. So I will come back later, shortly. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Welcome back to SSEAYP International Conference 2021. Okay, let's proceed with the order of the day, our closing ceremony. So hope you guys are ready. Honorable Dr. Muhammad Maliki bin Muhammad Rafi, the Director of International Youth Centre Kuala Lumpur, Mr. Jufitri Johar, President of Malaysian Youth Council, Mr. Cik Muhammad Nordin bin Ismail, the President of SSEAYP International Malaysia, Kabesa, Organising Committee of 2nd SSEAYP International Conference 2021, respected participants that are actually all around the globes. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very, very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for spending your weekend with us here at SEAYP 2.0 today. We are really appreciate that. Alhamdulillah, we are reached at the last part of our conference today. To start our closing ceremony, I would like to invite a representative on behalf of all the participants to share some takeaway from the conference today. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Ms. Pia Adiprima from Indonesia. Ms. Pia, are you there? And ladies and gentlemen, for your information, Ms. Pia Adiprima also the president of SSEAYP International Indonesia. So Ms. Pia, are you? Yes. All right. So I pass the stage to you. Yeah. Please welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. Keynote speakers of SSEAYP International Conference, Nurdin, fellow presidents of representative of the AA, SICO committee, and also my SSEAYP family. It is an honor and also my pleasure to participate in this event and share my reflections as a participant, not as the president. First of all, thank you very much for the committee for organizing this event. It has been a very good day for me, a very good Saturday for me to join this event. So I could not join the first one. I think it was in 2019. Am I correct? And I'm very happy to be able to join this one. And I think having in this virtual room with other fellow XPYs, and which is no other than my SSEAYP family, I really realized that I miss SSEAYP so much because we missed the last year. Well, hopefully we can still have SSEAYP this year. And I think this similar online event should be more to compensate our longing for the SSEAYP in any ways. The keynote speakers in the morning provided us insights related to their topics, and it was a very good opening leading to the discussion. And I'm sure all the DGs have fruitful discussions, interacting with people with similar interests, sharing ideas. And I think the most important thing in this situation is to sympathize to each other's situation. And I joined the transformative education group and thought, although it was very brief, I think it was very brief, but I felt a little spark and excitement being among other fellow educators. I think other groups would feel similar in each groups too. And I personally wish we could have more time. And I think most of you do too. I'm sure all of you wish for more time in this discussion because as a SSEAYP community, I think this kind of engagement or discussion need to be organized more often. And I hope this is just the beginning for more sharing and collaboration in the future. So we're in this together, my SSEAYP family. Thank you very much and wish you all great health and happiness. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Pia. So we take note on that. Okay, we'll see how later, maybe next year perhaps. So yes, so that's why we also welcome your feedback. So for us to improve more in terms of organizing this kind of conference. So yes, so together we help each other. So maybe we will see a better improvement in future. All right. So now I would like to invite Mr. Sheikh Muhammad Nordin Ismail, the President of SSEAYP International Malaysia, Kabesa, to deliver his closing remark. Please welcome Mr. Sheikh Muhammad Nordin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Aziz, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and good evening to all. The Honorable Dr. Muhammad Mariki bin Muhammad Rafi, the Director of the International Youth Centre, Kuala Lumpur, Mr. Jufitri Johar, President of Nation Youth Council, all the President of SSEAYP International Alumni from Southeast Asia and Japan, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. ladies and gentlemen, as we move through this challenging and uncertain time, I wanted to let you know I'm thinking about you and wishing you all nothing but health and safety for yourself and to your loved ones. I know most of you are working, leading an organization and important community institution. You are on the front lines of this crisis, helping those most in need through an anxious and vulnerable period. I am confident you are prepared to meet those challenges. The effect of COVID-19 pandemic has been greater than many expected. Despite physical distancing, we have utilized this time to conduct more exhaustive discussion online with your speakers and facilitators. Creating understanding input with topic provided that maximize your intellectual potential and creativity. As development continue to unfold, we will remain vigilant and we respond to the best of our ability. And we will draw strength from values that tell us who we are and what we stand for. The current situation present an opportunity for change and offers each one of you a chance to contribute to a new, redesigned lectures that provide academic stimulus while combating the spread of the novel coronavirus. We will need to become accustomed to a new norm. Traditionally, scientists and engineers have sought solutions that eliminate inconvenience and discontent. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought plenty of both to the world, but it may also be leading us to better times. I am glad this conference is running smoothly, reflecting who we are as a family. We have felt your support during this conference, and I thank you for it. I want to reiterate that the safety of you and your loved ones is of the utmost importance. While keeping the foremost in our thoughts, we can continue to work together, remain determined, and move towards a better tomorrow as a team. In closing, as you work to fulfill your commitment to your institution and to community, more broadly, I'd like to remind you to practice self-care. Take care of yourself so you can continue to help others. Thank you again for great contribution and staying home and staying safe. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Nordin. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I would like to draw your attention again to the stage for those who are here and at your screen, for all the online participants and guests, for the closing speech by our honorable guest today. All right, so without further ado, please welcome Honorable Dr. Muhammad Maliki Muhammad Rafi, the Director of International Youth Centre Kuala Lumpur. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Maliki.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good evening. Honorable Cik Muhammad Nordin Ismail, the President of SSEAYP International Malaysia, or KABESA. Honorable Mr. Julfitri Johar, the President of Malaysian Youth Council, and also the alumni for SSEAYP International Malaysia. Panelists, moderators, and also the participants of SSEAYP International from respective countries. First of all, I want to say congratulations to all of you, especially the SEAYP International Malaysia or KABESA, for managing this or organizing this conference. For me, KABESA or SEAYP International Malaysia is a platform where seniors and juniors in youth movement can get together. I can witness as a director of Malaysian Youth Council, all the leadership and participants, all the alumni for SEAYP International Malaysia using our place, IYC, as a place for meeting, having deep discussion about program, and we can say that this is a platform that juniors and seniors in youth movement since 47 years ago have a very good passion in developing youth in Malaysia. Talking about COVID-19 pandemic, we understand that we have new norms. And one reality about this pandemic is actually we are sharing the same planet called Earth. Despite of this, all the bad impact of COVID-19 pandemic, we also witness that we're sharing the pain, we're sharing the fears, but we're strong together facing all this challenging. And I can see that SECO or SEAYP International Conference and SEAYP International, respective from all countries, had laid the best example where we already united since 47 years ago on one platform. So congratulations to SEAYP International, and thank you to our Japan counterpart for this achievement actually. During this pandemic, we also witnessed how youth survive and contribute to our society, also to our country, through their volunteerism. We can see youth are the frontliners, the doctors, army, police, and also the people that taken care for the patient. Despite of this bad impact of COVID-19, we can see that this new norm making youth become more creative, vigilant, resilient in adapt this new norm, and we become more closer using this all technology. So I'm proud to say that this program have give a significant impact, and thanks to all of you for a great contribution for the success of this program. I believe through this SECO 2.0 conference, we had shared the best practices in managing COVID-19 pandemics from all respective countries. All these inputs and recommendations are very useful and valuable for the next youth generation when this kind of pandemics might be happen in the future. Stay safe wherever you are with your loved one. Be strong and get always together. Thank you for this. I close this SECO program and have a nice day. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Great, thank you, Dr. Muhammad Maliki, for your very inspiring closing speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the event. On behalf of the organizer, I would like to thank everyone for your participations and commitment throughout the SECO 2.0 today. We also would like to apologize for any unexpected shortcomings and also for any inconvenient costs. We really hope that you have gained meaningful insight from the conference today. We hope to see you again in our next SEAYCO. Next year, perhaps. Last but not least from me, be grateful for yesterday, be thankful for today, and be hopeful for brighter tomorrow. With that, I will end the second SSEAYP International Conference 2021. Sorry, hold on, wait, guys. Sorry, because I promise you that we're going to prepare something. Right, guys, do you still remember tradition? SSEAYP traditions, farewell party, Lido Terrace, Dolphin Hall, Nippon Maru, Fuji Maru, tradition. All right. So today we prepare something like quite equivalent to farewell party to all guys. Be patient. All right, to traditionally close our conference today, we are preparing something, okay? Something that actually, as I said before, quite equivalent to our, or maybe farewell party. We can call it farewell party, right? So yeah, it's not wild. It's a good thing. All right. So no worry, parents. Okay. A performance from one of the SSEAYP sweetheart. So you might have crushed on her before. All right. She is very talented girl. Maybe 44, SSEAYP 2017. So guys, sit back, relax, and enjoy. And grab any snack or drink near to you, or maybe you can just run to your kitchen, grab everything in the refrigerator, and come sit back on in front of your screen. So, without further ado, now SEAYCO 2.0 proudly bring to you all the way from Malaysia, our SSEAYP sweetheart. Please welcome the one and only Camila. Please welcome Camila.
Hi everyone. Camila here. Very long introduction. I don't know how true it is. Can you hear my voice? Can you hear my guitar?
Yes.
Oh. The guitar is okay, huh? Okay. All right. So I hope everybody had a meaningful, and congrats on the productive day. Well done, everyone. And let's just end this session with a very chill, reflective performance, I guess. All right. If you know this song, sing along. You can turn on your mics and sing along with me, all right? Seems like everybody's got a price. I wonder how they sleep at night. When the sale comes first and truth comes second, just stop for a minute and smile. Why is everybody so serious? Acting so damn mysterious. Got shades in your eyes and your heels so high, you can't even have a good time. Everybody look to the left, everybody look to the right. Can you feel that? We're paying with love tonight. It's not about the money. Oh, we don't need your money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. Ain't about the cha-ching. Ain't about the bubbling. I wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. Okay. We need to take it back in time, when music made us all unite. When it lost and no blows and videos, I'm not the only one getting tired. Why is everybody so obsessed? Money can't buy us happiness. We all slow down, enjoy right now. Guarantee we'll be feeling alright. Everybody look to their left, everybody look to their right. Can you hear that? We're paying with love tonight. It's not about the money. We don't need your money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. Ain't about the cha-ching. Ain't about the Bubbling, bubbling, wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. Money, money, money. Money, money, money.
Money, money, money.
Forget about the price tag. It's not about the money, money, money. Oh, we don't need your money, money, money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag.
Forget about the price
Ain't about the cha-ching, cha-ching. Ain't about the bubbling, bubbling. Wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag.
Yeah.
Oh.
On Ryan, singing.
Oh. Thank you.
I would like Marco to sing.
I can see you guys have a lot of fun. Well, let's tone down the session a bit with a classic from John Lennon, The Beatles. Yeah, I think everybody knows this song. Maybe half of you go to sleep listening this song. So, okay, this is Imagine by John Lennon. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. No religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a
that I'm a dreamer,
but I'm not the only one.
but I'm not the only one.
I hope someday you'll
Join us,
and the world
and the world will live as one.
Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of men. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. Everybody, you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday
you'll join us,
and the world
will
live as one. And the world will live as one. Thank you, everybody. Let's stay together and we're always connected. So let's always have love for each other. Thank you. See you next time.
Great, Camila.
Yes, that's the most, I think, sweet one here. Yeah, at least here. All right, so Camila. Okay, guys, we are not yet end. We have something more, not something more, one more. Okay, we have one special recap video for all of you. Again, actually, if you really want Camila to sing more, so maybe you can type on the chat box, we want more, we want more, we want more, okay? We want more, all right? So keep on tag or just request, we want more Camila, okay? So, okay, then maybe you can find Camila on the YouTube or IG. All right. So with that, I think we're going to end this conference today with a special video, recap video for all of you. But again, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank all of you for your commitment and participation. And also, we would like to apologize for any shortcoming. And we welcome you guys to give feedback to us for further improvement in future. All right, with that, I, Azizuddin Husairi, MA02, signing off from Zico 2.0 for this year. So be safe, stay safe, and take care, guys. Bye. Bye. Thank you. Arigato. Terima kasih.
Okay, bye, everybody. Right. Kamu arigato.
Everyone, go arigato.
Bye. See you, everybody. Kamu arigato gozaimasu. Thank you. Congratulations. That's Malaysia. From Philippines. With love. Good job, everybody. Thank you.
Riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover the day? Can you tell me how long purpose of bringing together your hearts and minds. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue ocean, chasing the winds over the deep blue sea. Can you take me with you to the borders of the world with the message of love and peace? Can you take me to nations where caring is only a word to say? If you carry us over and out to the world, there's a chance we can speak to them more. There's a chance we can tell them the world's but a home and the people are family. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell me how much you can cover a day? Can you tell me how long you have gone with the purpose of bringing together your hearts and minds? Nippon Maru, sailing the blue ocean, chasing the winds over the deep blue sea. Can you take me with you to the borders of the world with the message of love and peace? Can you take me to nations where caring is only a word to say? Over and down to the world, there's a chance we can speak to them more. There's a chance we can tell them the world's but a home and the people are family. Nippon Maru, sailing the blue ocean, riding the waves over the deep blue sea. Can you tell